Chapter 2150. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Over 50 Gu masters were gathered here. Greetings to First Supreme Elder. Greetings to First Supreme Elder Wu Qiao. Greetings to Mountain Moving Supreme Elder. The Gu masters greeted in unison. Their expressions were solemn, but they could not conceal their excitement. Wei Shun was among them. He had finally won in the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal, becoming one of them. Besides him, there was also divine Dr. Sheng Shou and Wu Shintong. The latter had been revived by the Dead Sea Life fishing formation. There was also Zhong Yi, that Gu master from Western Desert, the lucky person who inherited the Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 Gu masters were all geniuses of their time, but they were all elites that Wu Clan had carefully selected. All of you, rise. Wu Yong sat on the main seat, and to his left was Old Monster Mountain Moving. On his right was Wu Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, Wu Qiao. How to ascend to immortal? I have already told you the important matters. For the next period of time, go into closed cultivation. When you feel you can ascend to immortal, you can come out. Our Wu Clan Gu Immortals will do our best to help you resist the immortal ascension tribulation. You may leave. Wu Yong waved his hand. The 50 Gu masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled at Mountain Moving Old Monster. I will leave the matter of these Gu masters undergoing immortal ascension and tribulation to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Wu Clan Gu immortal. His name was Qin Jingsheng, and he was originally a lone immortal. When Fang Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, the matter of Mount Snail happened, and he made an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of Mount Snail's profits, but in name, Mount Snail still belonged to Wu Clan. Afterwards, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, and he was chased by Wu Yong. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character of the present age. How could he let go of this chance? He immediately took action and pressured Mountain Moving Old Monster. Using both carrot and stick, he finally made Mountain Moving Old Monster an external supreme elder of Wu Clan. Facing Wu Yong's appointment, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed. First Supreme Elder is broad-minded. This subordinate admires you greatly. I will do my best to ensure that the calamity does not harm anyone. All right. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Wu Yong will also guarantee that when I take control of the Wu Clan, I will definitely ensure fairness in rewards and punishments. This subordinate will take his leave. I will make preparations as soon as I return. Old Monster Mountain Moving left. He knew the deeper meaning behind Wu Yong's actions. He was a guest elder of the Wu Clan, and a guest elder of a clan would definitely be ostracized. But Wu Yong's actions were too amazing. He actually nurtured so many Gu immortal seeds at once. What worried Mountain Moving Old Monster the most was that most of these 50 or so Gu masters were from other tribes. Wu Yong appointed Mountain Moving Old Monster to handle this matter. On one hand, he was afraid that Wu Clan's Gu immortals would secretly cause trouble. On the other hand, he wanted to appease Mountain Moving Old Monster. He wanted to use his actions to tell him, I, Wu Yong, am completely different from ordinary leaders. After Mountain Moving Monster left, Wu Yong turned his gaze back to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been maintaining his silence, feeling restless under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao was once one of Wu Clan's 3rd Supreme Elders. He had a high status and authority, but after being infiltrated by Qiao Clan, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he was the one in charge of providing support. This was a betrayal of Wu Clan's benefits. Wu Qiao then went to guard Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but could not defend him, causing him to fall into enemy hands. This became a huge stain on his reputation. After Wu Yong ascended to the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the extreme. Wu Qiao's situation worsened day by day. He had already been stripped of his position as the third supreme elder. He was in a terrible state. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke. I have nurtured so many Gu immortal seeds this time. What do you think? Wu Qiao's forehead was already covered in sweat under Wu Yong's gaze. He breathed in deeply and stood up, cupping his fists and bowing. Replying with extreme sincerity, reporting to Lord Wu Yong, this subordinate thinks that this action will go on for generations to come. The benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. This subordinate fully supports this. Wu Yong smiled. He picked up his cup and took a sip. Then he asked slowly, Then tell me, how should I fully support this? Wu Qiao breathed in deeply, saying the words that he had prepared long ago. Wu Yong did not deny it. He only nodded and put down his cup. Go ahead. Wu Qiao was overjoyed. He quickly took his leave. When he left, he did not turn around and leave like mountain-moving old monster. He retreated to the door and bowed deeply to Wu Yong before leaving. His attitude could be said to be extremely respectful. In the discussion hall, only Wu Yong was left. He was expressionless, but he was sighing inwardly. This time, he used all of Wu Clan's resources to nurture over 50 Gu masters for immortal ascension. It was an insane expenditure. Even with his current prestige, many of Wu Clan's Gu immortals were dissatisfied. The main reason was that out of the 50 Gu immortals that Wu Yong nurtured, only a small half were Wu Clan members, the rest were outsiders. Including Wu Bachong, many of Wu Clan's supreme elders thought that Wu Yong's actions were shaking Wu Clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. Wu Yong thought about these days. These people were advising him openly or secretly. He could not help but snort coldly. Wu Clan's biggest problem was that they had few Gu immortals. They did not have enough manpower to defend their current territory. They were stretched thin, not to mention expanding in the future. However, Wu Clan's Gu immortal seeds were few in number. Even though this standard had dropped by a bit, and some Wu Clan Gu master elites were revived, Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates only numbered 18. Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations, but for immortal ascension, the most crucial thing was the balance of 3 qi. Outsiders could not help with this. The Gu master could only rely on himself. 18 Wu Clan seeds. According to history, there might only be 1 or 2 who could succeed in immortal ascension. This could not happen. What was the use of adding 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu immortals to Wu Clan? It could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambitions. Thus, Wu Yong ignored his subordinates' objections and insisted on recruiting external Gu masters to be Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu Clan treated them fairly and supported them fully. It is not that these people cannot see the situation clearly. It is just that when it involves their own benefits, they obstruct us. They are truly disappointing. They are too narrow-minded. Now that there are no regional walls, our Wu Clan's enemy is not just southern border, but the entire 5 regions. And in the entire 5 regions, the most terrifying enemy is Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system. Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight, he had already seen the superiority of the sect system. Thus, he nurtured external Gu immortal candidates with all his might, and recruited them to be Wu Clan's external supreme elders. But even with his huge reputation, he was met with such opposition and resistance, one could imagine the situation of the other superforces. Wu Yong had great political skills. In order to deal with this situation, he immediately made arrangements and invited Mountain-Moving Old Monster to revive Wu Qiao. Mountain-Moving Old Monster was an external supreme elder. In consideration of his own future in Wu Clan, he would definitely do his best to protect these external Gu immortal candidates. And Wu Qiao was a smart person. He could see Wu Clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan in order for him to return to the Wu Clan's political stage. Even if he didn't approve of Wu Yong's actions, he still had to seize this opportunity to become Wu Yong's lackey and stand on the stage in front of those supreme elders who strongly opposed it. This way, Wu clan's internal strife was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. Among these people, there will be 5 or 6 who succeed in their immortal ascension. I hope that someone in Wu clan can become a Qi Path Gu immortal. This way, Hu Land can be used. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Immortal Gu, my strength will rise to another level. Together with Hu Land, among the super forces of the 5 regions, my Wu clan will be among the top. Thinking of Hu Land, Wu Yong's mood turned for the better. He had high hopes for Hu Land. If not for him cultivating Wind Path and having a huge accumulation of Wind Path Dao marks, he might have turned to cultivating Qi Path for Hu Land. Wu Ji did not cultivate Qi Path. She insisted on Strength Path. This made Wu Yong quite disappointed. Hu Land's value was extremely high. Just look at Demon Immortal Qi Ju, this secluded domain of heaven and earth. As long as a killer move was created, it would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hu Land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but it would be extremely difficult for Wu Clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu would be a huge test for Wu Clan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, be it Mini Blue Heaven Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, or Kokitahara's 3 Sacred Mountain, all the Gu Immortals were excited. A moment ago, Fang Yuan had released the newest contribution board, mission board, and exchange board. The contribution board and mission board had been created long ago, but this was the first time the exchange board was released. It was this exchange board that made all the Gu Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture excited and excited. The exchange board not only had a large number of rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu, there were also countless immortal moves and immortal Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of immortal materials. For the Gu Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture, they only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for all the cultivation resources on the board. So many immortal materials. I have never seen such an abundant and huge amount of immortal materials. Land Spirit of Langya was knowledgeable. He was dumbfounded after seeing the exchange board. These immortal killer moves range from rank 6 to rank 9. They include normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, current generation Gu formations, Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it. Many Gu Immortals exclaimed. The Gu Immortals from the Variant Human Alliance were more concerned about the immortal Gu on the exchange board. These immortal Gu can be exchanged. I'm not dreaming, am I? Refining immortal Gu is so difficult, but here we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an immortal Gu. The Gu Immortals were extremely excited. They suddenly realized how fortunate it was to become Fang Yuan's subordinates. Following Master, our future will be so bright. This is great. It seems that Lord Fang Yuan wants to nurture us. I've never seen a force that could be so extravagant. Master's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Gu Immortals' eyes shined with excitement. Their faces were red. Some were even crying. A portion of them, who reacted quickly, looked at the mission board. In the past, they had to complete missions by force. They did not have much enthusiasm. But now, it was completely different. Chapter 2151. Fang Yuan secretly observed his subordinates' reactions. The establishment of the exchange list was a result of his careful consideration. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that the sovereign immortal aperture's chaotic situation would be alleviated over time. But in reality, the situation was getting more and more intense. Sometimes, when abnormal situations occurred, even Fang Yuan's main body had to take action to deal with them. If the strength of the Gu Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture was raised by 1 or 2 levels, then the sovereign immortal aperture's chaotic situation would be better dealt with. Fang Yuan could not treat the sovereign immortal aperture's problem at its root. He could only treat the symptoms. Of course, no matter how he nurtured them, these subordinates did not have the ability to participate in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a lot of resources. Fang Yuan had annexed many grotto heavens of the two heavens and plundered their countless years of foundation. He naturally did not lack these resources. In terms of cultivation resources, Fang Yuan had already surpassed most of the superforces in the world, even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Even though their foundation was stronger than Fang Yuan's, they could not do as much as him. Fang Yuan had 4 elements square, regret, blood refinement pool. He could refine rank 6 and rank 7 immortal goo easily. This was why he could be so domineering as to place all kinds of immortal goo on the exchange list for his subordinates to exchange for. If Fang Yuan wanted to use some of these immortal goo in the future, he could directly give them a compulsory mission who would dare to defy Fang Yuan's orders. By then, Fang Yuan could give more contribution points. Who knew? The subordinates who had their immortal goo taken might be very happy. The subordinates' reactions were very enthusiastic. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stimulated by the exchange list, the Goo Immortals started to accept missions in a frenzy. They were like diligent bees, appearing at various places in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Regarding the first mission on the mission list, the Goo Immortals were discussing, did Lord Fang Yuan make a mistake? However, after a few days, the mission's contents did not change. The Goo Immortals were getting more and more envious. This mission's contribution points were very high. Shi Zong studied the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Shi Zong had always been vexed over a major matter. He was the Grand Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe. He had rank 7 cultivation level and was currently facing the 3rd Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 Goo Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations weren't much of a problem for Shi Zong. However, the calamity was a huge problem. The previous 2 calamities had almost shattered Shi Zong's confidence. The 3rd calamity was imminent, and Shi Zong was thinking of ways to delay the arrival of the calamity. But after flipping through the entire exchange list, he couldn't find any new hope. In the entire exchange list, there's no way to delay the calamity and tribulation. Shi Zong frowned. Is it because Master doesn't have such a technique? Obviously not. Shi Zong's gaze was firmly fixed on the first mission on the mission board. It seems like the Lord is encouraging us to accept this mission. Shi Zong was tempted. The Rockman tribe he led originated from the northern icy plain of Northern Plains. Back then, he had no choice but to be dragged onto this pirate ship by Fang Yuan. But now, Shi Zong found that this ship had already become a huge one. The future was bright, and the benefits were beyond imagination. Since ancient times, the first principle of a leader was almost always one: show kindness and authority. Fang Yuan didn't lack authority, so once the exchange list appeared, many people's hearts were changed. Shi Zong absolutely didn't dare to betray Fang Yuan, and also saw the benefits of following Fang Yuan. He thought for a long time and decided to take the risk and accept this mission. He didn't do it sneakily, but openly. Thus, soon, the news of him accepting the first mission spread throughout the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Goo Immortal world. Shi Zong is an experienced rank 7 Goo Immortal. If he can pass the tribulation this time, he can advance to rank 8. Let's see what this mission is all about. Sai, I also want to accept this mission. But to think Shi Zong actually took the initiative, this is a great chance to express my loyalty to Master. Not long after Shi Zong accepted the mission, he was summoned by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone ordered on the spot to manage Shizong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Shizong opened his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone personally took charge and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Worry soil, Green Lake rotten soil, drill soil, extreme lake soil, heaven-shrouding dust, great bright mud, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, thousand-year jade essence, darking stone, marrow-sucking rock, hate water rock, round Kuan stone, hibiscus stalactite milk, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. A large number of Earth Path immortal materials made Shizong dumbfounded. After reacting, Shizong's heart jumped in fright. The cause of Gu immortal calamities and tribulations is the heavenly Tao's restriction. My Earth Path foundation has risen to such a shocking level, the grand tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu immortals wish for their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is the complete opposite. He wants the grand tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the day of tribulation arrived. Fang Yuan's main body came to an ordinary sea surface in Eastern Sea. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let Shizong out. After Shizong met with Fang Yuan, he quickly placed his immortal aperture and placed his blessed land in this world. The blessed land's entrance opened and began to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth qi. Fang Yuan stood outside the door. He could not enter. He had too many Tao marks. He had once attacked Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but he could not enter, not to mention this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The grand tribulation appeared on time. First, Heaven Path Tao marks descended. Then these Heaven Path Tao marks turned into Tao marks of other paths according to Shizong's blessed land situation. These Tao marks were mainly of Earth Path. The converted Tao marks used and consumed heaven and earth qi to form the calamities and tribulations. During this process, if Fang Yuan used big family qi gu, he could absorb the calamity qi and weaken the power of the grand tribulation. But now, Fang Yuan hoped that the grand tribulation would be as strong as possible. The grand tribulation completely formed. Shizong's expression changed. Yellow heaven dust cloud. Amazing. They saw that my immortal aperture is being developed too well. There are too many Earth Path resources, so they are targeting them. The yellow heaven dust cloud would emit stronger and stronger suction force, sucking all the Earth Path resources in the immortal aperture into the cloud. The more Earth Path resources were absorbed, the stronger the grand tribulation. The larger the range of the yellow heaven dust cloud, the denser it was, the stronger the suction force would be. Among all the grand tribulations, the yellow heaven dust cloud was one of the most hated ones. Shizong tried several killer moves. Even though they were effective against such a huge yellow heaven dust cloud, their effect was negligible. I can only rely on Master now. Shizong's expression was pale. Right at this time, Shizong saw dazzling and colorful totems flying out of Fang Yuan's body, entering the yellow heaven dust cloud through the blessed land's entrance. There were many types of totems. They were of all shapes and sizes. There were ferocious tigers and leopards, nimble deer and rabbits, lush trees and rolling rocks. But no matter which one it was, they all had the aura of rank 8. Shizong's mind and body shook. Oh heavens! These 20 or so killer moves are all at rank 8 level. Master strength is so terrifying. These were all totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had obtained the method to nurture thousands of basic totems from Zhanbudu. He had been cultivating this move in his free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred ground for cultivating totem killer moves. It would be very difficult to cultivate totems outside this place. Because there was no such environment, almost all recipes would lose their effect in the outside world. But Fang Yuan was different. he had deep food path attainment. He modified these recipes and meat soups to form all sorts of killer moves. Using these food path killer moves, Fang Yuan expended a vast amount of goo materials to form over 20 totems. These totems were all rank 8 level. After careful selection by Fang Yuan, they naturally had great power. What was even more amazing was that once these totem killer moves were formed, they were simply too easy to activate. Fang Yuan willed and instantly activated these 20 or so totems at the same time. That was to say, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he had the sovereign immortal body that he could cultivate so many totems of different paths without any restraints. Other goo immortals would not be able to do this. Shizong was tongue-tied, because in an instant, the originally incomparably thick yellow dust clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth were completely torn apart by these totems. Too cruel, too terrifying. Shizong's mind was in turmoil, but even though the Grand Tribulation was violently destroyed, it did not stop. It was still trying to gather. But the moment a trace of the yellow dust cloud was formed, it was torn to pieces by the totems at almost the same time. Providence did not give up, but the totems were even more ferocious. For some reason, Shizong felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal killer move, Heaven Man sensation. Immortal killer move, Heaven's workers substitute. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and refined all the heaven path Tao marks that formed the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly mark was inside Shizong's blessed land. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out another immortal goo house, a brand new Thieves' Den that he had modified. Thieves' Den activated the killer move, Theft Path. The principle of the Theft Path killer move was to use a Theft Path immortal material as a primer to expend the Theft Path Tao marks in the immortal material before stealing the outside world's Tao marks. The stolen Tao marks had to be attached to this Theft Path immortal material. Thus, if the stolen Tao marks were too disorderly, the immortal material would have no value, like the immortal materials that were everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In other words, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal outside world Tao marks, but it did not have the method to use them. But Thieves' Den was already a peak creation. It could not be changed. There was no room for improvement or potential. These unrestrained heavenly marks were all stolen and formed into a heaven path immortal material. Fang Yuan took out this heaven path immortal material and activated the food path killer move, devouring heaven and earth. This move was the result of Fang Yuan's recent efforts. Chapter 2152. After expending this heaven path immortal material, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 heaven path Tao marks. The Grand Tribulation that made Shizong despair turned into heaven path Tao marks, but there were only 9. And this Grand Tribulation's power was far above average. After a Grand Tribulation's transformation, the number of heaven path Tao marks was less than 9, about 7. Fang Yuan estimated. This was incomparable to the gains from annexing the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Every time he annexed 2 heavens grotto heavens, Fang Yuan gained thousands of heaven path Tao marks. Fang Yuan continuously annexed grotto heavens. His sovereign immortal aperture had already reached its limit. It was developed to 80%. Right now, he had more than 200,000 heaven path Tao marks. Because of Fang Yuan's refinement path venerable plan, he annexed refinement path grotto heavens. He had the most refinement path Tao marks, over 6 million. Currently, the sovereign immortal aperture cannot annex other grotto heavens. Thus, I can only use this method to increase the heaven path Tao marks. Although the increase is small each time, goo immortals undergo tribulations without end. Using this method, you can completely accumulate a little into a mickle and a drop of water into an ocean. In the long run, helping Gu immortals undergo tribulations was a brighter path. The two heavens grotto heavens had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years to have this foundation, but every time Fang Yuan annexed one, there would be one less, and Gu immortals had an endless supply. Shi Zong succeeded in his tribulation, advancing from rank 7 to rank 8. When he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, he was immediately congratulated by many people as they inquired about the situation. Shi Zong was already prepared. On the day of the tribulation, he used an information path Gu worm to record the entire scene. These scenes spread and caused an intense shock and impact to the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. Master is so powerful. In an instant, he used over 20 rank 8 killer moves. Is he still human? This is a totem killer move. It seems very convenient. The Gu immortals were attracted by the totem killer move at first, but when they saw Thieves' Den, they exclaimed in surprise. Eventually, the yellow dust cloud was completely eliminated by Fang Yuan. The Gu immortals were deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really eliminate the calamity ahead of time. Throughout history, these calamities and tribulations have to be vented before they can be pacified. However, Lord Fang Yuan is so unfathomable that he was able to eliminate the calamity in advance. If that's the case, then this mission is a big win. Not only can you increase your cultivation, but you can also receive a considerable amount of contribution points. Don't rush. Didn't you hear what Shi Zong said? Even though he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Gu immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. There was such a thing. No wonder this mission is to compensate us for our contribution points. Shi Zong didn't hide the result. He was still a little hesitant at first. However, after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to reveal the truth to the public. No increase in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that was poured on the excited Gu immortals. The Gu immortals gradually calmed down. He had to consider this outcome carefully. If there was no increase in Dao marks, the Gu immortal would suffer a huge loss. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main source of Dao mark growth. There were no movements for the next few days. But after Shi Zong used this amount of contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, a second person started to take the tribulation mission. Next, more and more Gu immortals started to follow suit. Soon, a trend was formed in the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. These Gu immortals were astute. They had calculated it clearly. Even though they lost a sum of Dao marks, the value of the contribution points far outweighed the loss. The Gu immortals' battle strength and immortal aperture's environment would indeed weaken due to the loss of Dao marks, but Dao marks were only one of the factors. There were many factors that determined a Gu immortal's battle strength. For example, immortal Gu were the main factor, and immortal killer moves were far more important than thousands of Dao marks. The immortal aperture's environment was affected, but the Gu immortal could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials and cultivate more resource points to make up for it. The reason why the Gu immortals chose this path was that the exchange board had a specialized section that allowed the Gu immortals to provide their own immortal materials and expend a certain amount of contribution points to get Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their Dao marks. With all these reasons, the number of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks also continued to increase as a result. Southern border. Ku Xian Hong was traveling in the clouds. He was communicating with his good friend. You don't know, the surrounding Gu immortals are all accepting this tribulation mission. Some Gu immortals are still far from the tribulation, but they have already chosen a section on the exchange board to get Master's Time Path clone to speed up the flow of time in their immortal aperture. They are using all sorts of methods to accept this mission. Ku Xian Hong saw this, and used information path Immortal Goo to reply. Because the contribution points for this mission are very high, whoever obtains this amount of contribution points first will be able to take the lead and activate it first, entering a virtuous cycle. Look at that Shirzong. He must be doing quite well recently. His strength has risen greatly. He can take on more difficult missions and do more missions, gaining more contribution points faster. It is a pity that I received a mandatory mission this time. I have to go to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first person to accept this mission. His good friend quickly replied, "Be careful. You are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to ask for Hu Land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Yong is also the leader of the Southern Alliance." Ku Xian Hong was very confident. "I have high hopes for this trip. Even if I fail, Wu Yong will not do anything to me. You have not experienced it yourself. You have not truly understood Master's might. All right, I have arrived. I will contact you later." Ku Xian Hong slowly descended. Wu Yi Mountain was next to Fangzheng. Wu Clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Ku Xian Hong, 2 Gu immortals flew up from Wu Yi Mountain. Leading them was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wu Ba Chong. Ku Xian Hong had already informed them before coming. Wu Clan sent Wu Ba Chong to welcome him. It showed their sincerity. "Envoy, please enter." Wu Ba Chong led Ku Xian Hong to Wu Clan's headquarters. "Envoy, you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you rest first?" Wu Ba Chong was very polite, but Ku Xian Hong waved his hand. "Let's settle the official matters first." "All right. Please wait a moment. My clan's first Supreme Elder is handling some administrative matters." Wu Ba Chong replied. Ku Xian Hong nodded, waiting patiently. He could understand. The grand leader of Wu Clan could not be met so easily. Regardless of whether he was really busy or not, he had to put on airs. 15 minutes later, Wu Ba Chong came to Ku Xian Hong again, leading him to the guest hall. There, Ku Xian Hong saw Wu Yong. Ku Xian Hong did not speak nonsense. He went straight to the point. "Lord Wu Yong, I have come with Master's sincerity to make another transaction with your clan." Wu Yong and Wu Ba Chong looked at each other. In the previous transaction, Wu Clan had benefited greatly. This made Wu Yong ask with a smile, "What transaction is it?" Ku Xian Hong smiled. "Master is willing to pay a price to buy your clan's Hu Land." Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. Killing intent surged in his heart. "What?" Wu Ba Chong could not sit still. He stood up. "What Hu Land? When did my Wu Clan obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan must have made a mistake." Ku Xian Hong smiled slightly. He did not refute. Wu Yong's face was gloomy. He interrupted Wu Ba Chong's words. "All right, Ba Chong." Wu Ba Chong immediately stopped defending. His face was full of unwillingness and anger. He clenched his fists. The muscles on his arms bulged. He stared at Ku Xian Hong. If gazes could kill, Wu Ba Chong would have killed Ku Xian Hong hundreds of times with his gaze. Ku Xian Hong only looked at Wu Yong. He turned a deaf ear to Wu Ba Chong. He bowed. "Lord Wu Yong, what is your response?" Wu Yong's face suddenly bloomed into a smile. "If Fang Yuan wants to make a transaction, of course it is possible. I believe he will be able to take out a bargaining chip that will satisfy our Wu Clan." Ku Xian Hong looked at Wu Yong like this. His heart could not help but tremble. Wu Yong was truly too terrifying. In such a short time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible response. Ku Xian Hong breathed in deeply, saying his bargaining chip. "Master knows Lord Wu Yong's desire for rank 8 Immortal Gu Prestige 8 sides. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu for Wu Clan." "What? Wu Ba Chang's expression changed again. He shouted angrily, Hu Land is a quasi-rank 9 immortal goo, but Fang Yuan is not even willing to take out a rank 8 immortal goo. You are taking out such a condition to exchange. You are too insincere. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, saying, This is indeed too much. Ku Xian Hong smiled. Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, but their Qi Path attainment is only in Sheng Tian True Inheritance. Even though Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it does not have much value to Wu clan. Wu Ba Chong immediately retorted, You cannot say that any path's attainment is developed. Since my Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, can't we be proficient in Qi Path in the future? With Hu Land, I would rather cultivate Qi Path and replace my vital goo. This prospect is so vast, which superforce would be willing to give it up? Ku Xian Hong glanced at Wu Ba Chong. Second Supreme Elder is very insightful. Your words are also very direct. That is indeed the case. With Hu Land, Qi Path's prospects are very vast. But saying so, Ku Xian Hong purposely paused for a moment before saying with a heavy tone, The prerequisite is, we need Hu Land. You! Wu Ba Chong shouted. His killing intent surged. He was ready to attack. Ku Xian Hong's meaning was that Wu clan could not protect Hu Land. Since they could not protect Hu Land, there was no need to talk about Qi Path's prospects. Everything was empty. Ku Xian Hong looked at Wu Yong. He bowed again and said respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will speak frankly. If your clan is not satisfied with this bargaining chip, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 immortal goo for your clan. Ku Xian Hong smiled bitterly. He had a sincere expression. This is our bottom line. We cannot give in. I hope Lord Wu Yong can make a wise decision. I am only a messenger. I cannot make the decision. Wu Yong was silent for a moment. He suddenly smiled. You are an excellent messenger. I agree to this condition. Wu Ba Chong bring Ku Xian Hong to get Hu Land and the rank 7 Fan Wind Goo. Let him bring them back. First Supreme Elder. Wu Ba Chong was unwilling. Go. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Sigh. Wu Ba Chong sighed deeply. He looked at Ku Xian Hong and gritted his teeth in hatred. Follow me. Wu Ba Chong quickly walked past Ku Xian Hong, walking out of the small hall. Wu Yong had been sitting in his seat, not moving at all. The small hall was brightly lit, but Wu Yong's face was very dark. Losing Hu Land was a heavy blow to him. How does Fang Yuan know of Hu Land's existence? Did he capture Kong Ri Tian? Wu Yong had many questions in his heart, but he did not want to investigate further. Because the situation had already developed to this stage, what was the point of discussing this? A long while later, Wu Ba Chong returned to report. Ku Xian Hong has left. Milord, should we send an expert to disguise his identity and intercept him midway? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not expect such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things. Wu Ba Chong gritted his teeth. Damn it, my Wu clan can't even protect a piece of land. Chapter 2153. Fang Yuan held Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo in his hands. As rank 8 white lychee immortal essence was injected, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo let out a faint crystal-like light. This immortal goo was like a flea made of crystal. It was the size of a fist and was curled up. Suddenly, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo's crystal light exploded, turning into countless specks of crystal light. It was very dazzling. Success! Fang Yuan's heart shook. In that instant earlier, this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo was completely refined by him. The crystal flea that was curled into a ball had completely stretched out its body, lying on Fang Yuan's palm softly. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. At this moment, Fang Yuan created history. However, in the blink of an eye, The joy in his heart calmed down. He had already created history many times. Recently, I have been helping my subordinate Gu immortals undergo tribulation to ascend to Gu immortal. Even though the heaven path Tao marks gained from each tribulation are small, they accumulate. With these heaven path Tao marks, I finally refined heaven's envy immortal Gu and broke through my previous limit. My guess was right after all. The facts in front of him proved, as long as one had enough unrestrained heavenly marks, they could refine heaven path immortal Gu. Throughout history, there were countless Gu cultivators. The elites were like stars in the sky. The 10 venerables were like 10 suns. But none of these people truly cultivated heaven path. Even though limitless demon venerable and paradise earth immortal venerable had unrestrained heavenly mark, according to Feng Yuan's knowledge, they did not have a deep understanding of heaven path. The former cultivated rule path, while the latter cultivated earth path. Maybe limitless demon venerable had researched unrestrained heavenly mark and wanted to cultivate heaven path, but by then he had already become a rule path demon venerable. There was no turning back. From this, the advantage of sovereign immortal aperture Gu could be seen. Cultivating all paths, a brand new, unknown path appeared in front of Feng Yuan. Heaven path. Unrestrained heavenly mark was the key to unlocking heaven path cultivation. The prospects of this path of cultivation were vast, and its advantages were terrifying. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. The heavenly Tao encompasses everything and balances everything. All living beings, be it immortals or mortals, high or low, are all within the heavenly Tao. All sorts of immortal Gu and secluded domains of heaven and earth were restricted by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao controls calamities and tribulations. It controls lifespan Gu. Even though venerables dominated a great era, they are only a burning torch compared to the heavenly Tao. If I walk this path, Feng Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie, ignoring everything else. Just lifespan Gu and fake Gu were enough to make him feel a trace of excitement. All the venerables were troubled by lifespan Gu, and the celestial court had never directly controlled fake Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to merge with the Tao to interfere with providence and distort the effect of fake Gu. Among all the sects, the heavenly Tao's starting threshold is definitely the highest. I must first grasp unrestrained heavenly mark. I have only just stepped on the path of heavenly Tao. I still need to travel a long distance before I can come into contact with profound profundities like lifespan Gu and fake Gu. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave is approaching. I won't be able to do anything before that. Even though he had officially stepped on the path of heavenly Tao cultivation and had a bright future ahead of him, Feng Yuan did not intend to fully invest in it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest in the crucial aspect of heaven's envy immortal Gu once more. Cooking luck pot gave Feng Yuan huge convenience. He knew that heaven's envy immortal Gu might be the key to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The path of heavenly Tao cultivation was very long. Feng Yuan had just started, but heaven's envy immortal Gu could be developed more. Even if I completely refine heaven's envy immortal Gu now, it is only rank 7. Even if I develop a killer move and can display my strength at rank 8 level. But when I fight against a Gu Venerable, rank 7 is still too low. I need to raise heaven's envy immortal Gu to rank 8. Feng Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but it was a little troublesome this time. In terms of heaven path immortal materials, Feng Yuan had a batch. Investing in many other heaven path immortal Gu might be a problem, but if he only used heaven's envy immortal Gu, it was enough. However, Feng Yuan's heaven path attainment level was ordinary. He was not even at master level. Even though Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, it was still very difficult to develop the rank 8 immortal goo recipe of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. It was not that there was no possibility of success, but the amount of time and effort needed was too much. His initial estimation was that he would need at least 2 to 3 years to deduce. This was clearly not possible for Fang Yuan. It seems that I need to learn from Wu Yong and nurture some goo immortal seeds to help them undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan quickly found a way. When rank 5 goo masters undergo immortal ascension tribulation, the heaven path Tao mark gains were very little. Fang Yuan did not care about them at all. But when goo masters undergo tribulation, they would have a peerless opportunity to learn from the natural world. During this opportunity, the goo master could ask heaven and earth, and almost all questions could be answered. Since heaven and earth could produce Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo naturally, it definitely had Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan did not want much. As long as he had the correct Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo recipe, he could use his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also think about the method of asking heaven and earth. For example, he could directly ask, with a certain heaven path immortal material as the foundation, what is the easiest and most suitable Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo recipe for refining. Thinking of this, a new mission appeared on the mission board. It was ranked first. Search for loyal goo immortal seeds suitable for undergoing tribulation. Almost at the next moment, all the goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture knew about this mission. Ever since the exchange list was opened, these goo immortals went crazy. Many had not slept or rested for several months. They relied on goo worms to maintain their condition and complete missions to earn contribution points. Fang Yuan provided the most convenient environment, making the cultivation difficulty of these goo immortals fall to rock bottom. Almost every day, they could feel the improvement in their strength. Even if it was just a small increase every day after several days, it was already terrifying enough. It was this pleasant feeling of their cultivation level and strength rising rapidly that made countless goo immortals unable to stop. What made Fang Yuan surprised was that one of the human goo immortals created an incomplete transformation path, immortal goo recipe, hard liver goo. This human goo immortal cultivated transformation path, it was Rock Warrior. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard liver goo could make the goo immortals liver harden in exchange for long-lasting and vigorous energy, allowing them to complete all sorts of difficult tasks without sleep or rest. But if it was used excessively, when the liver hardens to the extreme, it would explode and heavily injure the goo immortal, even killing them on the spot. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he immediately modified it, not only perfecting the original immortal goo recipe, he even expanded it into a complete set of rank 6 to 8 goo immortal goo. After refining it using 4 elements square, regret, blood, refinement pool, the rank 8 hard liver immortal goo became the core of the goo formation. This goo formation was named Liver Life Formation by Fang Yuan. It operated all year round and collected fees from the outside. If the subordinate goo immortals were interested, they could hand over a portion of their contribution points and enter. When they came out, they would always be full of energy and fighting spirit. Did you work hard today? How much longer can you work for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such words had already become a common greeting among goo immortals. Thus, when Fang Yuan's mission appeared, the goo immortals were like sharks that smelled blood. Their eyes turned red. This is a good mission. It was personally given by Master. The rewards are very generous. I can't take it anymore. I have not slept for 3 months already. I want to rest. What rest? Get up and work hard. The great era is coming. We need to grasp this peerless cultivation opportunity. The goo immortals rushed out and started to gather goo immortal seeds in their respective clans. In just a short while, This mission had already been accepted. The Gu immortals who did not accept it were very vexed. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet. Sigh, this mission was so good. I missed it just like that. Every mission on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent Gu immortals from competing for the missions with the highest rewards, which would result in an unreasonable allocation of manpower and waste. The collection of Gu immortal seeds was handed over to Fang Yuan's subordinates. He estimated that there should be a lot of seeds. They were definitely above superforces like Wu Clan, because these forces that Fang Yuan annexed, like Langya sect or the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, they had deep foundations and long histories. There were definitely many Gu immortal seeds. While he had some free time, Fang Yuan personally helped Ni Clan. He secretly set up a year essence subpool in Ni Clan's territory, forming a time path region. Ni Clan's time would pass faster. They would produce immortal Gu more frequently. It would make it easier for Fang Yuan to comprehend the profundity of human isolation-style Gu refinement. There are countless variant humans in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but there are not many pure humans. Beast Calamity Grotto Heavens people are the majority of humans, but I can foresee that many Yellow Heavens and Ni Clan will become a top human force in the future. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path region when Ku Xian Hong sent a message. The latter's mission to Wu Clan was successful. He had obtained Hu Land. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border from Eastern Sea, appearing in front of Ku Xian Hong. After stuffing him into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He concealed his traces and arrived at a nameless sea area. After playing around with Hu Land, he waited for Qi Sea Ancestor. For you, Fang Yuan threw Hu Land to Qi Sea Ancestor. The Qi Sea clone quickly caught it and said excitedly, Good, I have a premonition. With Hu Land, my combat system will be complete. Then I look forward to it. Fang Yuan's main body left. Chapter 2154. Immortal Killer Move. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan activated his killer move. Previously, Landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of Landscape as before Immortal Gu. Most Immortal Gu's limit was rank 8. After reaching rank 8, they would reach the end. They could no longer raise their rank. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. They were fragments of the great Tao. These fragments had their own limits. Large ones could reach rank 9 after accumulating, while small ones could only reach rank 6. There were many Immortal Gu. Even though Immortal Gu were unique, there were all kinds of them. For example, when Fang Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, he refined 2 Immortal Gu, Red Copper Immortal Ant Gu and White Face Immortal Ant Gu. If they were slightly modified, they might become another type of Immortal Gu, like Black Gold Immortal Ant, Black Face Immortal Ant, and so on. Among all the Immortal Gu, only a small portion of Immortal Gu could advance to rank 9. Rank 8 Landscape, as before Immortal Gu, was still a time path Immortal Gu. But the killer move that Fang Yuan used now was a compound killer move. Not just time path, it also contained the profundities of earth path, water path, rule path, soul path, and other paths. Under the influence of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River emitted soft sounds as it expanded at an observable speed. After Fang Yuan's nurturing, the compound killer move showed its effect after dozens of times. Reverse Flow River, which only had a trace left, was now a long and narrow river. Fang Yuan had been trying to repair Reverse Flow River, and at this time, he finally had some results. He had wanted to use Orderly Pattern Killer Move. This killer move was rank 9. It came from Shadow Sect's True Inheritance. This move used City Well as the core. It could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, making their Tao marks non-conflicting and easy to repair. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pai Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had all benefited from this move. But Fang Yuan had not been able to grasp this killer move, because he lacked the crucial core Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique, and the crucial core Immortal Goo were already in someone else's hands. Fang Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was very difficult. This was a rank 9 killer move belonging to Rule Path. It had already reached the peak of being impossible to change. There was no room for improvement. At least, Fang Yuan couldn't tell. His Rule Path realm was Grandmaster, not Quasi-Supreme. There was still a gap from this rank 9 killer move. Right now, Reverse Flow River's recovery speed is very fast, but once it recovers to its later stage, Landscape as Before's compound killer moves effect will continue to decrease until it is almost negligible. The compound killer move Landscape as Before was only at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was at rank 9 level. Because there were too many Dao marks, it could even be used as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Goo. Of course, this depended on the Goo cultivator's ability. Being able to come up with related killer moves was just the basics. The key was to use the mystic realm of heaven and earth as the core to see how outstanding the killer move would be, and whether it could make full use of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse current protection seal was only average in terms of utilizing the reverse current river. His Luo Pa seal's usage was low. Orderly Well was different. It used City Well to its maximum extent, reaching an advanced level. It did not completely use the killer move of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not Immortal Goo after all. Immortal Goo were living beings. As long as immortal essence was injected, they could display their full power. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were dead. They were not living beings. How much could they use? Immortal Goo were Dao mark fragments. They were connected, and secluded domains of heaven and earth were the accumulation of a vast number of Dao marks. These Dao marks were piled up. They were twisted and turned. Some places were clearly separated. Some places were intertwined. It was impossible to use all of the Dao marks. Even venerables were the same. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I already have many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, Incomplete Refinement Sea, Incomplete Human Sea, Incomplete Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Dang Hun Mountain was obtained by Fang Yuan first. For it, he had to enter northern plains to find a way to heal it. The killer move Luo Pa seal, which used Luo Pa Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill Goo Immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River, when old ancestor Shui, who refined fortune rivaling Heaven Goo under the pursuit of longevity heaven and celestial court, Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to shock the world. City Well was obtained from the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan used it as a trap to kill many Eastern Sea Goo immortals. Hu Land was the easiest to obtain. He had to forcefully buy it from Wu Yong. Of course, he was able to do this because of Fang Yuan's immense strength and reputation. Since his rebirth, he had always been walking on the edge of life and death, and he had experienced countless battles to accumulate these things. The incomplete refinement sea came from Langya Blessed Land. It showed long-hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough energy, time, and resources to perfect it. Right now, the incomplete refinement sea was being consumed intensely in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. And the incomplete human sea came from Eastern Sea Xia clan. Wu Shui led the variant human alliance and invaded Xia clan's territory, killing and expelling Xia clan. He obtained this incomplete human sea according to his previous life's memories. Finally, there was the incomplete Qian Kuan crystal wall. Simply put, It was a gray-white stone slab. On the surface of the gray-white stone slab, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines were tangled together. Some resembled words, while some resembled landscapes. Rumors said that when all the stone slabs were gathered together, Chien Kuan Crystal Wall could be reconstructed, allowing Gu cultivators to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, and even immortal venerables and demon venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Feng Yuan obtained a vast number of gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, these stone slabs could form 50% of Chien Kuan Crystal Wall. Feng Yuan also obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources like Langya Sect and the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. Of course, the quantity of these stone slabs could not compare to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's batch. There were even fakes among them. The gray-white stone slabs in Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's hands were the Inkman race's true inheritance. Most of the stone slabs circulating in the market were fake, but the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all real. According to the Legends of Renzu, the legendary primordial domain was inside Chien Kuan Crystal Wall. It is a pity that limitless demon Venerable took it away and placed it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I rebuild Chien Kuan Crystal Wall now, I will not be able to encounter primordial domain. Feng Yuan wanted to raise his battle strength. By all means, he had to make good use of these secluded domains of heaven and earth. Reverse Flow River was being repaired, killer moves with Deng, Hun Mountain, and Luopa Valley as the cores were also being developed. Hu Land was left to the Qi Si clone. Feng Yuan did not have enough energy to deal with it. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the one that attracted Feng Yuan's attention the most was the incomplete human sea. Back then, he chose to attack Eastern Sea's Xia clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. Venerables all have human path killer moves. I need to have some foundation in human path as well. Even if I do not have an advantage, I need methods to defend against them. Feng Yuan had suffered losses in the Fate War. Many of the methods left behind by the Venerables were human path methods. Each move could affect the whole situation. They had terrifying power and amazing effects. Previously, Feng Yuan's subordinates slaughtered billions of humans in Fireplane Grotto Heaven to create Human Sea, but this was not enough. The resources from before were all used up, and Human Sea was still far from completion. The variant human alliance has many human grotto heavens. There are many pure humans inside, but it is not convenient to make a move on them. Firstly, these human grotto heavens Gu immortals will be disloyal. Secondly, these humans will migrate to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future. They will be the foundation for me to develop human path. Thirdly, there are so many humans in the world. Why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Feng Yuan issued another mission, slaughter humans and collect resources. Compared to the previous tribulation mission, this mission was much more bloody and cruel. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu immortals sighed. But I like slaughtering humans in the outside world. These variant human Gu immortals liked this mission very much. Forget it. As long as our grotto heavens do not face tribulation, what does it have to do with us if others die? These human grotto heaven lords were glad. Soon, more than 10 Gu immortals left Eastern Sea Xia clan and moved out. On the islands of Eastern Sea, there were many fishing villages. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. Smoke was rising from chimneys. Kill, a mini-man Gu immortal, Feng Yuan's subordinate, flew above these fishing villages and activated his immortal Gu mercilessly. Leaves rained down like a storm, killing countless people of all ages and genders. Blood flowed everywhere. Back then, us mini-mans were hunted by you humans. My mother was crushed to death by you human goo immortals right in front of me. Now, I am only collecting some interest. The mini-man goo immortal had a look of hatred. On some islands in Eastern Sea, there were large cities. Two variant human goo immortals attacked together, creating a tsunami that was tens of feet tall. At the crucial moment of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal stepped forward and blocked the tsunami. Stop, I am Gu Mingsu. This is my homeland. I wonder why you two goo immortals are here. Why are you implicating these innocent people? This goo immortal shouted angrily. The two variant human goo immortals descended from the clouds and showed their true forms. So it is Warm Sun, Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place was the homeland of us hairy men. Unfortunately, it was occupied by you humans. We hairy men had the protection of a supreme elder. From then on, we lived in the two heavens. Gu Mingsu saw the two variant human goo immortals and immediately became furious. So it is two variant humans. You really have guts. This is close to Eastern Sea's Tang clan. Just earlier, I have already sent a request for reinforcements. Get lost. If you escape now, you might still be able to make it. The two variant human goo immortals laughed loudly, speaking one after the other. Immortal Lord, are you pretending to not know where we come from? Our master is Lord Guyue Feng Yuan, not to mention Tang clan. Even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path attacked together, our master would only treat them like chickens and dogs. Gu Mingsu, stop bluffing. We are going to kill your fellow tribesmen here to let you have a taste of our pain. Gu Mingsu cried out in his heart. How could a demon like Feng Yuan appear? He actually recruited variant humans to deal with his own race. This is a traitor. He has no bottom line. He has no sense of honor or shame. Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 2155. Chi Si. Because of Chi Si ancestors' decision, Chi Si area had become the headquarters of the Righteous Chi Alliance. Right now, inside the Chi Si formation, a banquet was being held. Chi Si ancestors sat at the main seat, while the other Eastern Sea Righteous Path Forces representatives sat on his left and right. And on Chi Si ancestors' left was a food path Gu Immortal. He was an old man with a red nose. He raised his wine cup and toasted Chi Si ancestor. Ancestor, this spring sea flower wine is for you. Chi Si ancestor nodded slightly. His main position was higher than the others. He looked at these people with a naturally condescending gaze. Chi Si ancestor took a sip and said plainly, Zui Xianwang, the spring sea flower wine that you brewed personally is really good. It has a youthful, poetic feel to it. This food path Gu Immortal was Zui Xianwang. After inheriting wine fairy and green antiseptic's true inheritances from Central Continent, he was secretly persuaded by Qin Dingling and became a pawn. According to Qin Dingling's arrangements, Zui Xianwang returned to Eastern Sea to rest for a while before joining the Righteous Chi Alliance. The entire Righteous Chi Alliance welcomed him, because Zui Xianwang was one of the most outstanding lone cultivators in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Zui Xianwang had a wine sea. He held a banquet every year to invite heroes from all over. He had a wide range of connections. He had good relations with all of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Forces. For a representative like him to join the Righteous Chi Alliance, there was a huge political significance. Just this layer of meaning alone was very valuable, because even though the Righteous Chi Alliance was created, most of its members were from Eastern Sea's Righteous Path superclans. Other than that, there were the two heavens Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals under the Chi Si clone. Very few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Chi Alliance. It was even more so for Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Zhui Xian Wang joining would definitely set an example. He would guide a portion of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. It might even make other lone immortals or demonic path Gu immortals join him. Other than this, there was another reason. It was related to Fang Yuan. The lingering poisonous ant plague killer move that Fang Yuan used earlier caused Eastern Sea's righteous path to be in a terrible situation. They had no choice but to hand over their treasured true inheritances and study it with all their strength. Only then did they find a way to contain it. During this process, the Righteous Qi Alliance had wanted to invite Zhui Xian Wang. However, at that time, Zhui Xian Wang had already gone to Central Continent to secretly fight for the true inheritance of Green Ant Zhui Xian. Wang specialized in food Dao. Food Dao was very rare even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The rarer a thing is, the greater its value. Zhui Xianwing was worth recruiting. After Qi Si Ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces, they decided to hold a welcoming banquet. It was not only to win Zhui Xianwing's favor and approval, but also to spread the Righteous Qi Alliance's attitude toward the loose immortals and demonic immortals. When Zhui Xian Wang saw Fang Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even flattering. Like now, Zhui Xian Wang's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Flower Wine, but Qi Si Ancestor called it Spring Breeze Flower Wine. Be it because Qi Si Ancestor did not hear it clearly or it was a slip of the tongue, Zhui Xian Wang did not think much about it. He bowed deeply and cupped his fists. Thank you, Ancestor, for the name. Amazing, amazing Spring Breeze Flower Wine not only brings out the characteristics of this wine, it is also poetic. It makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze and flower petals are fluttering in the wind. This is just a fine wine, but it is worthy of Ancestor personally giving it a name. This is such a great honor. With the name bestowed by Ancestor, I believe this wine will become famous in the world and spread throughout the 5 regions. Ha ha ha. Qi Si Ancestor laughed heartily, pointing at Zhui Xian Wang. This old man is an amazing person. The other clan's representatives agreed. All sorts of praises followed Zhui Xian Wang's example and flew towards Qi Si Ancestor. These Gu immortals praised while criticizing silently. To think that Zhui Xian Wang had such a side to him. He is truly flattering. But it is not strange. He holds a banquet every year and invites all the forces to participate. This person has great social skills to begin with. Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Tang was about to raise his cup and drink when an information path mortal Gu flew over. His divine sense entered to take a look. What? The Variant Human Alliance actually made a move. His body shook. He was greatly shocked. But after reading the report clearly, he was slightly relieved. Fang Yuan only sent a dozen or so Gu immortals to various parts of Eastern Sea to kill innocent mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered over 100 million humans inside. Tang Tang thought about it and thought of the incomplete human sea. After Fang Yuan invaded Eastern Sea's Xia clan's territory, the information about this man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth was widely spread. Thus, the entire Righteous Qi Alliance knew about it. At this time, another information path, Gu Worm, flew over. Gu Ming Su asked for reinforcements from my clan. Tang Tang's heart jumped. This warm sun, immortal lord, was a lone immortal who followed the rules. Tang Clan had always wanted to recruit him, but he rejected them. Who could have thought that this time, while he was sitting at home, trouble would come out of nowhere? Gu Ming Su actually offended the Variant Human Alliance. In the request for reinforcements, Gu Ming Su directly expressed, if Tang Clan could help, he would definitely join Tang Clan. My Tang Clan does not want to offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this pushing my Tang Clan into the fire? Tang Tang snickered to himself. It was impossible to ask for reinforcements. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal goo, pretending that he had never seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time was only mortals. He avoided the clansmen of the super clans. Thus, Tang Clan did not suffer much losses. As for their reputation, Tang Clan did not retaliate. They lost some face. But the other clans were in the same situation. Fang Yuan's target was not only Tang Clan. Thus, even if everyone lost face, it was equivalent to no one losing face. As long as the situation does not worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill as many as he wants. Tang Tang continued to raise his cup and drink. After receiving this news, he started to size up the surrounding Gu immortals. As expected, these people all received the information one after another. Fang Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals? They are not our clansmen. Why should we offend Fang Yuan? Eastern Sea has so many mortals. If we kill some, they will grow back in 10 years. Let's drink. Let's continue drinking. Ha ha ha, good wine. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively as they toasted. These Gu immortals felt the effects of the wine. Their faces were flushed red as they laughed heartily. The tribulation clouds continued to rumble. Large amounts of water splashed around the time path clone's immortal aperture. They were jumping around like living fish. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The time path clone had been watching quietly from the side, with the main body taking action. There was nothing for the clone to do. Jumping time fish tribulation was not strong. It was a very ordinary grand tribulation. Providence did not make things difficult for Fang Yuan. This was very rare. But the time path clone was not surprised at all. Recently, the main body has not only helped Gu immortals undergo tribulations, he has also helped those Gu immortal seeds undergo tribulations. With him around, unless it is a dream path calamity or tribulation, it is not a problem. Providence has already understood this. So each calamity or tribulation is ordinary in power. It does not increase the main body's heaven path Tao marks as much as possible. While the time path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were already very thin. Fang Yuan did not continue. He took out ability Gu and made an attempt. But the result was that ability Gu was almost destroyed. The legends of Renzu clearly stated that ability Gu would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan could not find a way to strengthen it. According to common sense, the legends of Renzu stated that calamities and tribulations were used as Gu materials to refine ability Gu. Fang Yuan made an attempt now, but found that calamities and tribulations were not qualified as Gu materials. They were hard to control. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had made preparations and protected ability Gu in time. After obtaining this result, Fang Yuan did not hold back. He easily destroyed the final lump of tribulation clouds. But this time, he did not annex the heaven path Tao marks. Instead, he added the time path Tao marks left behind by the calamities and tribulations into the time path clone's immortal aperture. The clone's foundation was left for the clone. Now, I have rank 8 cultivation level. The time path clone sighed. From now on, how about you call me He Chun Xiu? Up to you. Fang Yuan's main body replied plainly. At this point, among Fang Yuan's 8 clones, Qi Si Ancestor, Wu Shuai, Time Path clone He Chun Xiu, and John Budu had already advanced to rank 8. But now there was already a group of rank 8 Gu immortals under Fang Yuan. It was not strange. Southern Border, Human Smoke Mountain, this was Chai Clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai Clan's Gu immortals had gathered, under the lead of Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder. They welcomed 3 variant human Gu immortals. These 3 were a snowman, a hairy man, and a rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur, Immortal Monarch, and Shirzong. everyone from Chai clan. The three of us have come here under Master's orders to discuss a transaction with Chai clan. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai clan's immortals had solemn expressions, not just because of Fang Yuan's fierce reputation, but also because of the auras of these three variant human goo immortals. Be it Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, or Shizong, they all had rank 8 cultivation level. What does Fang Yuan want? Does my Chai clan have something that he wants? Chai clan's first supreme elder asked. Lord Chaigon is too humble. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your clan's human path research results, including the killer move, this famous human path mountain, human smoke mountain, and the many mortals raised by Chai clan. What? Chai clan's immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan is going too far. He wants to dig up our Chai clan's foundation. Most importantly, if we cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan, where will our righteous path Chai clan stand? Chai clan's immortals shouted. Chai clan's first supreme elder's expression was unsightly. He pondered for a while before asking, My Chai clan has indeed raised the most mortals. These people have been living very well on human smoke mountain. They live in peace and rarely face any threats. I wonder what use does Fang Yuan have for buying these people? Shizong sneered. To kill them all, of course. Golden Fur, Immortal Monarch, had a zealous expression. These humans raised by your Chai clan have dense human chi. This is very good. My master's incomplete human sea is only one step away. With these people, the mission will be complete. Chai clan's immortals were shocked. Chapter 2156. Thousands of years ago, southern border, human smoke mountain. The cave at the peak of the mountain quietly opened as an old and frail goo immortal walked out. He had a defeated expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan goo and could only use other methods to extend his lifespan. Now that his lifespan was up, even if he found lifespan goo or used other methods, it would be useless. To think that I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, still lost to lifespan. How sad, how hateful. Chai Fu's heart was filled with anger, but also sorrow that was as deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain in a numb state, but the village at the foot of the mountain surprised him. Before I went into closed cultivation, there was no one here. Why is it so lively after so many years? I, the grand rank 8 goo immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout southern borders goo immortal world, do not have long to live. You mortals, on the other hand, are living a lively life. Looking at the men and women working in the village, and the children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged. He almost wanted to slaughter all the villagers. But at the next moment, he forcefully closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before gradually calming down. Chai Fu suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, smiling bitterly. Although I, Chai Fu, am not a good person, I will not offend those who do not offend me. I have never slaughtered the innocent. Sigh, so be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables could not escape death, right? It is easy for goo immortals to live long, but how difficult is eternal life? Chai Fu had already recalled his life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life. Right now, he was living a carefree life. Since he had nothing to do, Chai Fu disguised himself as an old goo master passing by and went to the village. Is he an old doctor who travels the mountains? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu naturally agreed. Thus he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although there were goo masters in the village, the highest cultivation was only rank 3. They were not proficient in healing. Many villagers asked Chai Fu for help, and with Chai Fu's ability, he was able to heal their illnesses easily. Chai Fu thus gained even more respect, and at the same time, he also found out the origin of this village. So these people are my bloodline from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel a lingering fear and rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't slaughter the innocent back then. Immediately after, Chai Fu started to think about the meaning of life. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to leave something behind. Chai Fu had long thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now he had taken another step forward. While I was in closed cultivation, I gained inspiration and came up with a human path killer move. Looks like fate doesn't shoot randomly. It wants me to use this trick here. This killer move was virtuous person trapped. Chai Fu originally wanted to think of a method to extend his lifespan, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. Talents in the urn was a human path, immortal move. It could secretly gather most of the aptitudes of humans into a small group of people. Chai Fu used this as a foundation and the human smoke mountain as a geographical advantage to establish his own superpower, the Chai family. Since the establishment of the Chai family, they had been actively raising humans with other surnames. Next, he used the killer move Sage Entrapment to transfer a vast number of external clansmen's aptitudes to Chai clan's clansmen. Therefore, the Chai family's younger generation had always been full of geniuses. Meanwhile, those external humans had mediocre aptitudes and could not cause much trouble. Chai clan originally had such a huge advantage and could continue to rise to the throne of the #1 superforce in Southern Border. But around Chai clan, there were Ba clan and Xia clan. The three clans were too close to each other and had always been in conflict. When any clan was strong, the other two clans would work together to deal with them. Furthermore, Chai clan was once backed by the 5 regions' regional walls. Their territory was small and they lacked resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient resources to cultivate. The disappearance of the 5 regions' regional walls had once made Chai clan extremely excited because they could march towards Central Continent. But not long after the regional walls disappeared, Chi tides swept the world again. After the Chi tides, inheritances appeared one after another. The super forces of the 5 regions, lone cultivators, and demonic immortals were fighting for them. In fact, even if this storm calmed down, Chai clan was still in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. What was even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior sect, Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought among themselves, but if there were external enemies, they would unite and become one. And now, Chai clan was facing its biggest crisis in recent years. Guyue Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to Chai clan to discuss the transaction. The conditions they proposed were extremely excessive. Fang Yuan pointed to the killer move, Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the huge number of external mortals that Chai clan raised. This was to dig out Chai clan's foundation, Chai clan's most core foundation. No wonder Chai clan's expressions were unsightly. Chai clan's Gu immortal Chai Ku Qing even shouted in anger, "Fang Yuan deserves to die. Impudent! You dare to insult my master. It seems your Chai clan is facing a calamity of extermination." Shizong shouted, "No need to report to master. Let the 3 of us attack now and exterminate Chai clan." Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his 2 hammers, surging with killing intent. The expressions of Chai clan's immortals changed drastically. They activated their defensive killer moves and flew into the air, ready to fight. A chaotic battle seemed to be about to erupt. Everyone stop. Bing Yuan's expression was grim, but she stopped them. "Lady Bing Yuan, this..." Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last among the 3 to advance to rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, It was also because of Fang Yuan's help that she passed the tribulations safely. But Bing Yuan was Xue Er's great-grandmother, and Xue Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, among the three, Zong and Golden Fur, Immortal Monarch had never questioned Bing Yuan's position as the leader. They were very obedient. Keep your weapons first. Bing Yuan was the first to speak. Zong snorted coldly, completely restraining his aura. Golden Fur, Immortal Monarch, stared at these Chai Clan Gu immortals, reluctantly keeping his hammers. Seeing this, Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief. Under his lead, Chai Clan's Gu immortals also landed on the ground, showing their sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was slightly grim. She said to Chai Clan's immortals, "We are not here to become enemies with Chai Clan. We are really here to make a transaction. My master is benevolent. The so-called demon is just a misunderstanding of him by the outside world. It is just that, normally speaking, those who misunderstand my master do not have good endings. But what can my master do? Are you going to stretch out your neck and wait to be killed when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe everyone in Chai Clan can understand. Moreover, we will not cause trouble for my master." Bing Yuan's words not only contained a hidden threat, they were also distorting the truth. Chai Gan did not want to refute her. He only cupped his fists. "Earlier, my clan spoke indiscriminately. I apologize to you first. But if my clan agrees to this condition, it is the same as giving away the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu was still around, it was the foundation of Celestial Court. Will Lord Fang Yuan negotiate with Celestial Court and directly buy Fate Gu? Will Celestial Court sell it, forcefully buying the foundation of a superforce? There is no such logic in this world. Is there?" Bing Yuan sneered. "How to establish oneself is your Chai Clan's matter. Don't bully us variant humans, and don't bully my master. My master is benevolent, but other than a fair transaction. Do you want my master to consider how to establish himself?" Golden Fur, Immortal Monarch, chuckled. "Isn't it easy to establish oneself? Your Chai Clan can directly join my master." Zong immediately agreed. "Sincerely, that's right. If you become my master's subordinate, your future is bright. But if you continue like this, there is no future for you." The three variant human rank 8s had proud expressions on their faces. They had been deeply affected recently. Chai Clan was silent. They used this tactful method to express their rejection. The three variant human Gu immortals did not try to persuade them or explain in detail. They wanted to have fewer and fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to persuade. "Everyone knows clearly that if Master wanted to forcefully demand it, he might have already made a move. Why would he send us to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured about Master's sincerity. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened her palm, revealing a rank 8 immortal Gu. Chai Clan's immortals were dazed. Feeling greatly surprised, they secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. "Is Fang Yuan really willing to pay the price? I thought he was just forcefully demanding it. Be careful, this Gu is fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. We cannot be easily deceived by him." After a quick discussion, Chai Gan shook his head. "This Gu is a good Gu. We have all seen Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. It is just that I am ashamed. Although I am Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder, my cultivation level is only rank 7. How can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal Gu?" Bing Yuan smiled. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened her other palm, revealing another Gu. It was another rank 8 immortal Gu. This time, many Chai Clan Gu immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and smiled confidently. "That's right, you did not see wrongly. This immortal goo is suitable for your Chai clan. Your immortal goo house lacks this goo. If you add it, it will become a rank 8 immortal goo house. Chai Gon's stern face also showed some fluctuations. With a rank 8 immortal goo house, Chai clan could fight against rank 8 goo immortals. They could even participate in pseudo-venerable level battles. Their authority would rise to a whole new level. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Chapter 2157. Ha ha ha. Golden Fur Immortal Wangda laughed. You guessed wrong, little girl. Zong continued. I am not afraid to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made many transactions with us. First, he bought the rank 9 Wind Path immortal material from us. He even gave us the rank 7 Fan Wind goo to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai clan's goo immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled, lightly. Demonic path, righteous path, what is the difference? If my master turns to righteous path, who would dare to deny it? In fact, not just Wu clan. Western Desert's Fang clan has also made a secret alliance with us. Currently, Fang clan is developing green ghost desert with all their strength, continuously providing master with a vast number of soul cores. Chai clan's goo immortals went into a commotion again. They had heard of Western Desert's Fang clan. They also knew about their recent movements. What shocked them even more was that Wu clan was actually secretly cooperating with Fang Yuan. How can this be? Chai Kuqing suddenly shouted. Even if you want to fabricate a lie, you need to make it believable. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's alliance leader. How can he make peace with you? Everyone, don't listen to the nonsense of these variant human goo immortals. They think they can deceive us with just a few lies. But this time, Chai clan's goo immortals were silent. Chai Kuqing had just ascended to an immortal not long ago, and because of her connections, even though she had talent, she had always been taken care of by her goo immortal seniors. She did not know much about the world. In fact, her understanding of the goo immortal world was not as deep as Shang Xinc's. Since the variant human goo immortals said this, Chai clan's immortals believed it was likely to be true. After all, as long as he investigated these things, he would be able to find some clues. Since the variant human goo immortals said it, they were not afraid of being investigated. They could even provide the most direct evidence. Chai Kuqing did not believe that Wu Yong would do such a thing, but Chai clan's immortals were people who had been in this world for a long time. Not long ago, Chai clan had even secretly communicated with Lu Wei-yin to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, My master is determined to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I'm afraid you all have some understanding of the Lord's temperament. Even if everyone in the world opposes it, he will still do it. He will not give up just because someone stops him. You can also inquire about what happened in the East Sea not long ago. We variant human goo immortals have been moving all over Eastern Sea, slaughtering humans on the islands to gather resources and complete human sea. Have you seen any of the superpowers of the Eastern Sea's righteous path come out and openly resist? The Righteous Chi Alliance had a pseudo-venerable, like Chi-Si ancestor, but they ignored him, let alone your Southern Alliance. The Chai clan's immortals' wills wavered as they transmitted their voices. Eastern Sea's goo immortal world has indeed experienced many tragedies. Indeed, even though these variant human goo immortals are despicable, their words are not without reason. Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance has pseudo-venerable Chi-Si ancestor, but they are already in such a state. Furthermore, our Southern Alliance does not have such an expert. What's worse is that Wu Yong is secretly working with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's momentum is actually so strong. The enemy is strong while we are weak. It is better to preserve our strength for the future. That is the wisest move. Chai clan's immortals found out in grief and indignation that they were not Feng Yuan's match. They were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans. What made them feel even more despair was that even if they resisted, the Southern Alliance would not be able to provide them with any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, it might not be able to protect them. Chai clan's human smoke mountain had a vast number of humans. If they really fought, these humans were Chai clan's weakness. They would not be able to protect them. In history, Ba clan and Xia clan made things difficult for Chai clan. Because of this, as long as they threatened human smoke mountain, Chai clan would not dare to attack them. At this point in the negotiations, Chai clan was already leaning towards working with Feng Yuan. There was no other way. The enemy was too strong, while they were too weak. Only one person, Chai Kuqing, spoke. "Everyone listen to me. Shut up." Chai Gan could not bear it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kuqing, making her unable to move. Chai Kuqing had a shocked expression. She had never expected her clan's first supreme elder to do this. This method also caused the 3 variant human immortals' pupils to shrink. Chai Gan's move did not leak the slightest bit of aura during the whole process. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human goo immortals could not determine what path this killer move was. Chai clan was a super force of Southern Border after all. It had its foundation. Chai Gan's expression was cold as he stared at one of the Chai clan goo immortals. "Chai Dui Shan, take good care of this junior of yours." "Yes." Chai Dui Shan immediately walked to Chai Kuqing's side and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kuqing's body was strengthened again. Chai Kuqing's heart shook. Her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her eyes and looked at the ancestor who had once been so great in her heart. Soon, her eyes turned red. Seeing this, the 3 variant human goo immortals had the same thought at the same time. The situation was set. One day later, human Smoke Mountain was suddenly attacked by a beast calamity that was rarely seen in 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast drilled out of the ground just when Chai clan's headquarters were empty. At this time, Chai clan's immortals were moving around, fighting for many blessed lands, inheritances, and so on. Only a few rank 6 goo immortals were left in the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, Chai clan's goo immortals, led by Chai Kuqing, brazenly used a killer move without caring about Chai clan's losses. This move dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Although the immemorial desolate beast was eradicated, human Smoke Mountain suffered heavy damage, almost turning into a huge pit. Fortunately, a portion of the clansmen were saved. Although there is a difference between mortals and immortals, in the eyes of my Chai clan, there is no difference. Human lives are of utmost importance. The lives of mortals and goo immortals are equally precious. In order to save as many lives as possible, no matter how many sacrifices we make, it is worth it. This is my Chai clan's philosophy, our Chai clan's moral integrity as a righteous path member. Chai clan's first supreme elder Chai Gan gave his speech to Southern Border's goo immortal world afterwards. His words were filled with righteousness. The 3 variant human immortals secretly returned. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally done by them. According to the alliance agreement between the 3 variant human immortals and Chai clan sold human Smoke Mountain and most of the common people on it, only keeping their own clansmen, as well as some scattered commoners who came to put on a show. Chai clan's goo immortals did not make a move personally. The 3 variant human immortals dug human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered a vast number of mortals. Finally, the 3 immortals took away Chai clan's human path research results, leaving behind a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal goo. Ha ha. Master, the bottom line for this mission was 5 rank 8 immortal goo. To think that we only used 3 to complete this mission. Shirzong laughed loudly. Even if Chai clan is a super clan that has been in Southern Border for a long time, they have not seen the world. 3 rank 8 immortal goo knocked them unconscious. Golden Fur, immortal monarch, also expressed his disdain. Right now, there were more than 20 rank 8 immortal goo on the Sovereign Immortal Apertures exchange list. These rank 8 immortal goo could be exchanged for with contribution points of all the paths. Fang Yuan had helped many goo immortals undergo tribulations earlier. The number of rank 8 goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had increased sharply. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took out some rank 8 immortal goo and put them on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 goo immortals like red-eyed bulls. They were all excited and even went crazy. Many goo immortals were clear. This was the carrot that Fang Yuan dangled in front of the immortals. He wanted these goo immortals to run around like a mule. But this carrot was too thick and too big. The color was too bright. It was too tempting. Rank 8 immortal goo were so rare and hard to refine. Goo immortals could not resist such temptation. Congratulations, Lady Bing Yuan. Master has saved 2 rank 8 immortal goo. When we return, we will definitely reward you with a generous amount of contribution points. Golden Fur, immortal monarch, said respectfully. Fang Yuan's mission reward was not fixed. It would change according to the situation and increase or decrease the reward accordingly. Bing Yuan smiled reservedly. Actually, I don't care about the contribution points. I saved 2 rank 8 immortal goo, not because I want any contribution points. I purely want to help my own clansmen. You should know, my clan's Shui heir is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Shi Zong and Golden Fur, immortal monarch, vaguely glanced at each other, seeing the complex expression in each other's eyes. Honestly speaking, they'd heard Bing Yuan mention this layer of relationship every few days, and their ears had long since grown calluses from hearing it. But even so, every time they heard this, Shi Zong and Golden Fur, immortal monarch, could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Not wanting Bing Yuan to linger on this topic, Shi Zong changed the topic. Tell me, our clan is clearly so powerful. Why did Master still use huge benefits to tempt us and transact with Chai clan? Golden Fur, immortal monarch, immediately said, in my opinion, Master has transacted with Wu clan, Chai clan, and Fang clan. I'm afraid he wants to return to the righteous path. Shi Zong sighed. If I had Master's status and strength, I would have slaughtered everyone long ago. Who could stop me? He, just a mere Chai clan. I can destroy them with a flick of my finger. And he still wants to transact with these people? Bing Yuan snorted coldly. So, Shi Zong, you will never become in existence like Master. His lord's considerations have always been far-sighted. How can we easily guess it? If we recklessly guess it, it will be no different from ants trying to guess the sun and moon. That's right, Golden Fur, immortal monarch, quickly added. Actually, even if we turn to the righteous path, our days are still very good. Look at those Chai clan goo immortals. They are angry but do not dare to speak. It feels so good. I'm just a hairy man, but I've finally experienced what it feels like to be equal. Saying so, the 3 immortals looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Bing Yuan concluded, regardless of whether Master walks the righteous path or the demonic path, we only need to understand one thing. That is, we must firmly follow Master's footsteps. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. Whoever Master wants to kill, whoever he wants to kill, we will go and kill that unlucky fellow. Of course. Golden Fur, immortal monarch, patted his chest with force. Shi Zong also nodded, sighing, throughout the history of humanity, other than Rinzhu, I only admire Master. During this period of time, the goo immortals under Fang Yuan had gone through huge changes. On the surface, the change was that their cultivation base and strength had increased rapidly, and the internal psychological change was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan continued to rise. The might of an expert, the strict alliance agreement, the terrifying battle achievements, these Gu immortals felt fear and did not dare to resist. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give them some benefits to make these Gu immortals deeply grateful. And now, the treatment given by Fang Yuan was something that other forces could not give them. Chapter 2158. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a huge butterfly was fluttering in the sky. This butterfly was pure white. It emitted a beautiful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was like teleportation. When it was slow, it was leisurely like a leaf fluttering in the wind. This was a totem killer move, Cloud Light Butterfly. The totem killer move that Jean Boudou dug out from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was extremely valuable. These totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, special totems, and super totems according to their grades. There were thousands of basic totems. Among them were Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and others. After the Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven finished cultivating basic totems, they could continue to advance to a special totem that suited them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For example, Jean Boudou fused Rain Eagle and Thunder Fish into Kuan Peng Totem. It was his special totem. Others could not learn it. Because this type of totem was closely related to Jean Boudou's own Dao marks, the size and distribution, above special totems. There were also super totems. These totems were very rare and few in number. They were almost like legends. In any case, Jean Boudou had only heard of them. He had never seen them before. Many Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also doubted the existence of such totems. But according to Fang Yuan's deductions, they should exist. According to the rumors, super totems can exist independently of the Gu cultivator. They can cultivate on their own and have full spirituality. Isn't this Qing Chou? Qing Chou was a killer move by itself, but after Genesis, Lotus, Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. The great spectral soul died at Qing Chou's hands. All the great Tao led to the same destination in the end. When a totem killer move reached its limit, it would be like Qing Chou. It would turn from an inanimate object into a life form. From another perspective, Gu refinement was the same. Gu cultivators would refine many inanimate Gu materials into a Gu worm with life. And Gu worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, Gu worms, killer moves, and so on, they were only manifestations of Tao. Unfortunately, currently, totem killer moves cannot be modified into compound killer moves. Fang Yuan felt regret. When the totem killer move was released, it would leave the sovereign immortal body and would not be protected by the unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment level increases, I will be able to use heaven path Tao marks to construct totem killer moves and form compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had already made some calculations. He needed to improve his heavenly Tao. In fact, his heavenly Tao realm was constantly improving. He continued to refine the heaven Tao marks, turning them into Mahasvara heaven marks. After coming into contact with and using heaven's envy immortal Gu, these experiences gave him deep insights into the heaven Tao. It was just that his heavenly Tao realm was still a huge distance away from the Grandmaster realm. The heavenly Tao realm as a Grandmaster was the first point of qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. Up until now, he had been accumulating totem killer moves. These totems were carefully chosen by Fang Yuan from the basic totems. After they were perfected, they were all rank 8 killer moves. A piece of information was transmitted. disturbing Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped cultivating and checked this information. This information came from Lu Weiyin. It was the latter's reply. The letter emphasized on the method of creating artificial earth veins. My idea of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is feasible after all. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded with slight joy, because during this period of time, Fang Yuan opened up the exchange list and invested a lot to nurture the Gu immortals under him. The strength of Fang Yuan's subordinates rose greatly. They became very active and took the initiative to attack everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture's situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated that he could annex at least 3 more grotto heavens before reaching the brink of collapse again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this situation, because before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, it was best for him to annex all the grotto heavens and raise his strength to the limit. In the future, when he goes to Crazed Demon Cave and faces the Venerables, he would be able to face strong enemies with ease. However, even if Fang Yuan sent all of the variant human alliance Gu immortals into the sovereign immortal aperture, and even sent Qi-Si ancestor inside, he could not annex all of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not do it, because if he did, the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology would be chaotic. It would be on the brink of collapse if he was not careful. Right now, when Fang Yuan was stable, it was already so troublesome. Once he fought with a Venerable, and the Venerable found out about this weakness, they might use special methods to exploit this weakness of Fang Yuan's. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was very loose and not solid. It was already hinting that this weakness of Fang Yuan's could be exploited by Venerables. Manpower alone was not enough. Fang Yuan thought hard and finally thought of another method. That was to establish meridian. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called meridian was very special. It was not only the accumulation of Tao marks, it also contained the nature of flow. Although heaven veins were formless, they contained abundant heaven path Tao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Tao marks were not constant, they were constantly flowing and changing. Thus, back then, when the Qi tides swept through the world, almost every time the Qi tides subsided, Qi harvest fruits would be produced. And in the 2 heavens, because these grotto heavens were almost all placed on heaven vein nodes, the production of Qi harvest fruits was even more obvious. It was a disaster. The same was true for earth veins. After the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread across the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and the rest made use of this characteristic of the earth vein flow to escape successfully. Why were there so many strange things happening in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of this? What was the crux of the problem? After Fang Yuan investigated deeply, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was the sovereign immortal aperture's Tao marks did not conflict. Different Tao marks were supposed to conflict with each other. But this was not the case in the sovereign immortal aperture. Tao marks of all paths could easily fuse together. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world. Like the meteorite natural disaster that Ni clan faced, this meteorite natural disaster was of a high level. Fang Yuan had to personally take action to resolve it. And the source of this meteorite natural disaster was a fire rain in mini red heaven. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Fire Plain and the other grotto heavens, his fire path Tao marks increased sharply, causing fire rain to occur frequently in mini red heaven. And among all the fire rain, there was one that kept growing and coincidentally pierced through a charcoal lake. The fire rain's Tao marks and charcoal lake's Tao marks easily fused together, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteorite fire rain. The meteorite fire rain entered mini orange heaven and fused with the Tao marks along the way, Its power rose to rank 7. It then penetrated mini yellow heaven and fused with the metal path Tao marks. Its power rose to rank 8. By the time it reached Ni Clan's army, these meteorites had already expanded in scale. There were tens of thousands of them. The smallest one was an acre in size. Some were as large as mountains. If the Tao marks conflicted, there would not be such a tribulation. It was likely that after the fire rain pierced through the charcoal lake, because of the earth path Tao marks in the lake, due to the conflict, the power of the fire rain fell sharply and stopped. And in the sovereign immortal aperture, because the Tao marks fused together after the fire rain passed through the charcoal lake, it turned into a meteorite fire rain. After Fang Yuan understood this crucial point, he understood how to cure the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple. That was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict with each other. Once they did, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest problem would be solved. It would be as stable as the 5 regions in the outside world. In Lu Weiyin's letter, he confirmed Fang Yuan's method of curing the root of the problem. He mentioned, back then, when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus goo, Mushroom Man Paradise had secretly helped them. Spectral Soul might have noticed something, or he might not have. That was not important. Even though Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth opposed each other on the matter of fake goo, they had reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Lu Weiyin analyzed. The reason sovereign immortal fetus goo was rank 9 was because of the non-conflicting Tao marks. But to go further and raise it to rank 10, the Tao marks would have to conflict with each other. This conflict was not a step back. It was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal body follow their master's will, fusing freely at times or stably conflicting with each other at times. Letting the Tao marks freely conflict with each other would solve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw: strong offense, but weak defense. However, to achieve this, Fang Yuan clearly did not have the ability. In fact, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might not be able to do this. After all, this was not a rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. It was a rank 10 goo. Rank 9 immortal goo were rare and powerful enough. Rank 10 immortal goo were legends. Fang Yuan had lived for hundreds of years, but he had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 immortal goo. One was Destiny goo. One of the main refinement materials of rank 10 Destiny goo was rank 9 fake goo. The second was Eternal goo. This rumor originated from the Legends of Renzu. Right now, Fang Yuan learned from Lu Weiyin's letter that there was a 3rd immortal goo that had hope of advancing to rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. Fang Yuan could not achieve conflicting Tao marks. What could he do? Easy. Since he could not make Tao marks conflict, Fang Yuan went to the extreme and made the Tao marks more harmonious. But this kind of cohesion and harmony was selective. It had to be within Fang Yuan's control. What good method was there? Fang Yuan did not need to think too much. The method of establishing the vein rapidly appeared in his mind like water flowing into a pond. There were many types of Tao veins: heaven veins, earth veins, human veins, fire veins, water veins, and so on. There were undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. They were natural transportation resources. Many Eastern Sea caravans used goo worms to drill into the bottom of the sea and use the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to carry out transactions. This was actually a manifestation of water veins. In Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, there was a complete method to create artificial earth veins. But Fang Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Weiyin's suggestion for the specific implementation method. Towards him and Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was always on guard. For example, Fang Yuan did not let Lu Weiyin enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Or for example, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, and Mushroom Man Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not touch them easily. Combined with Lu Wei Yin's suggestion, I will modify my original idea and the general implementation method will be ready. I can let those Gu immortals make arrangements first. I can also let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and raise his Earth Path attainment level. This will be very beneficial for constructing the Earth Vein. Chapter 2159. Central Continent. Deep in the Earth Trench. In a dark and eerie cave, two cold lights suddenly shone. This was by Ning Bing's gaze. She had ended her secluded cultivation. Not only did she cultivate an ice and snow killer move, she even gained some understanding of ice and snow path invisibility. I can clearly feel that my understanding of ice and snow has deepened. I am not far from Grandmaster Realm. Bai Ningbing muttered, "It is a pity that ever since I turned into a dragon man, the efficiency of my ice and snow path comprehension has clearly fallen. My current master level attainment is mostly due to my previous accumulation." Bai Ningbing previously had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had a great advantage in cultivating ice and snow path and soul path. Her attainment levels could rise rapidly. But after transforming into her body, this aspect was affected. Dragon men were skilled in enslavement path. If Bai Ningbing switched to cultivating enslavement path, she would have an advantage as well. But this advantage could not compare to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's help in ice and snow path and soul path cultivation. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques was definitely stronger than the aptitude of variant human races. Bai Ningbing carefully left the cave. This cave was naturally formed. It was on one side of the mountain wall of the Earth Trench. Bai Ningbing quietly activated her killer move Aura Concealment Ice Pearl, and soon a thin thread of ice appeared on her neck, coiling around her elegant neck. This move was created by Bai Ningbing. It did not originate from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer moves that Bai Ningbing used after this would not leak any aura, because these auras were already stored, turning into tiny ice beads arranged on the ice thread. The weakness of this move was that it would sacrifice some of the killer move's power, and if there were too many of these ice beads, they would fuse into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing's neck, injuring or even killing her. To explore this Earth Trench, I need a method to conceal my aura. Bai Ningbing had a calm expression. She quietly used an investigative killer move to look around. After she came out of Earth Treasury, she had been cultivating in the depths of the Earth Trench. She was chased by wild beasts and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had Bai Xiang. Even a fragment could make Bai Ningbing immortal. Otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. There are 3 primordial desolate beasts and an ancient desolate beast horde in a radius of 50 kilometers. Bai Ningbing quickly understood the situation. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, and the environment here was very dangerous. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would find it hard to explore. The other side of the huge risk was the huge reward. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing couldn't use it herself, she could sell it in jewel yellow skies and buy what she needed. Bai Ningbing was born to be adventurous. Most people would live such a life in fear, but she was immersed in it. She enjoyed the thrill of repeatedly going back and forth between life and death. Although it's dangerous to cultivate here, there's still a chance of survival. Returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be even more dangerous. Whether it's Fang Yuan, the Shadow Sect, or the Celestial Court, they're all after me. Bai Ningbing also had a clear understanding of the situation. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to walk out of the cave, her expression changed. She sensed that most of the wild beasts in one area were like cats that smelled blood. They started to frantically move towards one direction. Although a portion of the wild beasts and beast groups were unmoved, They could not resist the will of most of the wild beasts. They were also swept away. Thereupon, a large-scale beast tide rapidly formed in front of Bai Ningbing's eyes. What's going on? These wild beasts seemed to be attracted by some mysterious object. They gave up on fighting and killing. They wanted to rush away in a frenzy. What is it? Bai Ningbing's curiosity was aroused. She did not hesitate. She immediately activated a movement killer move and entered the beast tide. The beast tide gradually gathered densely packed ancient desolate beasts with conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding a corner from time to time. This corner was also on the cliff of Earth Trench. It slowly protruded like a grave mound. At this moment, it was emitting a yellowish-brown and bright red radiance. The radiance flowed like water. It was dazzling. And at the top of the grave mound, there was a tombstone. There seemed to be words on the tombstone, but they were covered by the radiance. Even when using killer moves to investigate, it could not be detected. Bai Ningbing had already turned into Bai Xiang. She was squeezed together with the beast group. What is this place? It has such dense earth path and fire path auras. What is hidden inside? Is it an immortal material or an immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? There are words on the tombstone. Is that what you think? Who is buried here? Bai Ningbing looked at the wild beasts around her. She had a clear understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts. No wonder they were attracted here. The beasts of other paths are only a small portion. They were all swept here. Boom. Right at this time, the two-colored radiance covering the grave mound suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge yellow and red light pillar. The wild beasts roared together. They were extremely excited. Some wild beasts started to charge towards the light pillar, seemingly wanting to take the lead, but they were soon trampled by the wild beasts behind them. The beast group fell into chaos and madness. They started to kill each other, trying to charge into the light pillar. But even if some wild beasts charged at the front and collided with the light pillar, they could not get what they wanted. Because the light pillar did not budge, it was heavily guarded. The beast group collided with the light pillar. It was like moving a mountain. They could not advance an inch. Bai Ningbing was a Gu immortal after all. Her intelligence far surpassed wild beasts. She had been hiding at the periphery, although she was implicated. She mainly observed the situation. As time passed, the beast group suffered heavy casualties. Corpses littered the ground. While the red and yellow light pillar shrunk, it seemed to have gone into the mound of graves. The fierce beasts became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Their roars, cries of pain, and gnawing sounds filled Bai Ningbing's ears. In the boundless world, nature is truly mysterious. There are endless mysteries to explore. I want to see what is going on. Bai Ningbing started to move deeper into the mound from the periphery when there were no more than 100 wild beasts left, and the remaining ones were covered in injuries. The yellow and red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also shrunk into the mound. The mound seemed to have reached a crucial point. It suddenly cracked open. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread out rapidly, covering the entire mound. Next, with a loud sound, the mound exploded from within. The aura of a Gu immortal burst out. A naked male immortal opened his eyes. He looked around with a dazed expression. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started to wake up. He recalled many things. I remember now. I am Fong Huan. The male immortal's pupils shrunk. He showed a shocked expression. Roar. The beast group roared. They seemed to be extremely angry as they attacked the naked male immortal. The male immortal opened his eyes wide. His body flew into the air as he shouted, I am alive again. I am Fong Huan. I am Lava Demon Lord. Rumble. With a loud sound, the male immortal's body suddenly emitted a red light wave. The light waves surged violently like the tide, rolling out in all directions. Everywhere it went, The red light wave incinerated everything. Most of the beast group was burned to death. The remaining beasts were already injured to begin with. They were now even more injured. Some were lying on the ground, half dead, while a small portion of them were completely enraged. They continued to attack the male immortal. The male immortal Fang Huan's expression turned grim. He sent out the red light wave again and again. The red light swept through the entire battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that reached Fang Huan. Fang Huan could no longer maintain his composure and yelled at Bai Ningbing, "Fellow immortal, please lend me a hand, quickly. I will reward you greatly after this is over." Okay. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She agreed and attacked at lightning speed. Soon, she easily killed these immemorial desolate beasts. They were already heavily injured to begin with. "Thank you. Thankfully, with your help, I could... Ugh." Fang Huan was suddenly cut in half at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head in his upper body. She smiled coldly. "I thought about it. Soul searching is more direct and convenient." Fang Huan stared with wide eyes. He stared at Bai Ningbing. This female immortal had faint blue vertical dragon pupils, a pair of red coral dragon horns on her forehead. Her silver hair was translucent, like tassels reaching her waist. Her skin was white as snow. Her peerless face was filled with insanity and coldness. Such a beauty! Fang Huan died with grievance. Bai Ningbing searched Fang Huan's soul, but did not obtain any valuable information. As the person involved, even though Fang Huan had revived from the mound, he was still muddle-headed. He did not know the inside story. Bai Ningbing landed on the shattered mound. She started to investigate the scene. She still found nothing. This place originally had large-scale earth path and fire path Dao marks, but now they have all disappeared. It is no different from normal ground. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Huan's body. No, more accurately speaking, these Dao marks have all condensed into the immortal body. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Bai Ningbing praised. Through soul searching, she found out that this Fang Huan was a predecessor. He cultivated Earth Path, and because he inherited the Heart Fire True Inheritance, he also cultivated Fire Path. He managed the fire monster business, and was once one of the giants in jewel yellow skies in this aspect. He had died long ago, but for some reason, he revived here. This mound that looks like a grave seems to have the same effect as the immortal graveyard in Celestial Court. It can allow Gu immortals to revive. Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. This time, her gains were huge. Not only did she find the mysterious mound, she even captured Fang Huan's soul, obtaining his inheritance and all sorts of cultivation experiences. The most significant gains were the beast corpses that covered the entire battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. There were even more rank 7 immortal materials. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini southern border. Rumble! With a loud bang, a famous mountain fell heavily onto the ground like a huge seal. The famous mountain was red in color. It was Fangzheng. There was no trace of soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Originally, Copper Seal Mountain had suffered the tribulation of 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. It was struck by lightning until it was half shorter. It was pitch black and was emitting smoke and lightning. Moreover, the entire mountain had completely melted, emitting an intense burnt smell. Chapter 2160. All right, we finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain over. The Gu immortals let out a breath of air, feeling very tired. One of the Rockman Gu immortals did not rest. He immediately started to prepare. After a long while, he successfully activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. At the bottom of the mountain, a faint, earthy yellow radiance was emitted. Threads of light quickly condensed together, forming a translucent earth path mountain route that was tinged with gold. The mountain route pierced into the ground and spread rapidly. The Rockman Goo Immortal maintained the killer move with a troubled expression. The immortal essence in his body fell rapidly. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. He stopped using the killer move. The mountain root also stopped spreading rapidly. It took root deep in the ground and started to grow slowly. For a long time to come, this mountain root would communicate with the surrounding Dow marks, maintaining and even boosting the Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually plucked, the roots would be destroyed. Thus, moving famous trees and mountains required specialized wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, forcefully plucking would have more disadvantages than advantages. The Rockman Goo Immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to rest. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Of course, after the mission was completed, he would obtain more contribution points. As for the other Goo Immortals, they had finished resting and started to do the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered together again. All right, this Copper Seal Mountain is in good condition. The mountain root is also in good condition. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely take on the responsibility of an earth vein node. Master is indeed majestic and magnanimous. He actually wants to plan and construct an earth vein in the mini-5 regions. This plan is too grand. It will take at least 10 years. I am truly in admiration. The immortals nodded. They had the same feeling. All right, let's go. Let's continue to move the next famous mountain to the destination. There are not many Goo Immortals who can move mountains, but such missions are getting fewer and fewer. The contribution points are so high. Let's work harder and try to complete as many as possible. That's right. During this period of time, if anyone can't hold on, go to the liver life formation. Don't be stingy with those contribution points. I've already been there before participating in this operation. Is that so? I've also been there. The immortals discussed as they flew away from Copper Seal Mountain. If one looked down on the entire 5 regions, there were nearly 10 groups of people working hard to move mountains. Of course, it was not just the famous mountains. Other than the famed mountains, there were also the 10 lands that could serve as the nodes of the earth veins. In Southern Border Paradise, Earth's True Inheritance, there was a detailed description of the 10 lands. The 10 lands were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Underground, Tunnel, Crypt, Dungeon, Production, Enclave, Front, Treasury, and Cemetery. These 10 lands could all take on the responsibility of earth vein nodes. The first stage of Fong Yuan's man-made earth veins was to set up all kinds of earth vein nodes in the small 5 regions. Next, he used earth path methods to link the nodes together. Finally, adjustments were made on this basis. Currently, Fong Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths. They were the Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production, and Formation. As for the other 5, they were beyond his abilities. Case in point, cemeteries. Even Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable, could not figure out the secret of this mysterious land's formation. Goo Immortals could use this to revive. The gravestones in the cemeteries were also very mystical. They had the power of information path. They seemed to be condensed from the information of the Goo Immortal's entire life in the river of time. The greater the reputation of the Goo Immortal, the more detailed the information on the gravestone. It seemed to be more helpful to the Goo Immortal's revival. The actual relationship had to be verified. Currently, Fong Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Most of the earth vein nodes were mountains, not the 10 Earths. These mountains were, at least, famed mountains. There are still too few famed mountains in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the first stage of the plan, I can only estimate 30% of the total number of earth vein nodes. The artificial earth vein plan was huge and required a lot of investment. Feng Yuan had devoured a large number of grotto heavens and obtained countless cultivation resources. He was finally starting to see his limits. Feng Yuan still had one famed mountain that he had not used. That was the newly obtained human smoke mountain. I need to keep this mountain. My intuition tells me that if I follow Chai Clan's human path research, I will be able to condense the essence of human smoke mountain and form the embryonic form of human mountain. Feng Yuan was a human path grandmaster. His intuition towards human path was far more accurate than human path masters. After slaughtering many of Chai Clan's people, human sea had been perfected, but human mountain had yet to form. The combination of human sea and human mountain would definitely be extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had not seen it in his 500 years of life. But this was a very long-term plan. Any secluded domain of heaven and earth would require a huge investment, even more than this artificial earth vein. The reason why the embryonic form of human sea was perfected was because of Eastern Sea's Xia clan's hard work. The final part of the road required human path resources. Eastern Sea's Xia clan had always been troubled by their righteous path identity. They could only gather resources secretly. How could they dare to openly slaughter like Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan first cleverly chose his targets and stepped on the edge of the bottom line, causing the entire righteous Qi alliance to give up and feign ignorance. Next, he targeted Chai Clan's people. Feng Yuan decisively gave up a portion of the benefits and forcefully negotiated. This caused a super clan like Chai Clan to submit to Feng Yuan's demonic might, lowering their heads and taking the initiative to cooperate. We are starting to run out of resources. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. He had this idea of constructing Human Mountain, but it was definitely far away in the foreseeable future. In fact, the accumulation of embryonic refinement C was almost completely used up by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. He had actually plundered a vast amount of cultivation resources. Most of these resources came from the two heavens, grotto heavens. And these grotto heavens had a long history. They had accumulated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. But they were still not enough. Feng Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal goo on a large scale. At the same time, he used those rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Feng Yuan had a huge number of goo immortals under him. Just Langya sect alone had many hairy man goo immortals, and the variant human alliance had even more goo immortals, not to mention Bing Yuan, Shizong, and Mo Tansang, these variant human goo immortals. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had close to 10 human goo immortals, led by Combat Beast King, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, as well as Feng Yuan's clones Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu. Among the Mushroom Man goo immortals who joined not long ago, the strongest was Ku Xian Hong. The number of goo immortals under Feng Yuan far surpassed ordinary superforces. Even longevity, heaven could not compare. Only Shadow Sect, which once had Zombie Alliance's lower sect, and Celestial Court, which now had the 10 great ancient sects' lower sects, could compare. If Wu Clan had such powerful goo immortals, Wu Yong would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Wu Yong was a formidable person who did not care about the difference in races, as long as they were practical. Of course, if they were all human goo immortals, that would be even better. With Feng Yuan's huge expenditure, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, it would not be enough for him to use. Thankfully, his foundation was extremely solid. He could last for so long. But now, he was starting to feel tired. It seems that I need to plunder resources. Even though his foundation was still there, Feng Yuan had already started to prepare for a rainy day. I've basically plundered all the resources in the alliance of the outsiders. Only a portion of the grotto heaven is left. Mushroom Man Paradise is also in the same situation. The mushroom men inside are almost all gone, not to mention the accumulated resources. Fang Yuan thought he had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but ever since Jean Budu returned and brought back crucial information, Fang Yuan knew that Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also had the power of Longevity Heaven interfering. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and hard to conquer. Behind the scenes, other than Longevity Heaven, there were bound to be other forces interfering. Thus, even though this place was rich in resources, Fang Yuan did not want to make a move on it for now. Eastern Sea's blue dragon whale was also rich in resources, but it was not feasible. Ever since the last time he left, Fang Yuan could not find any traces of the blue dragon whale. He used heaven and earth travel to directly enter the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, but he failed mysteriously without any hope of success. There is still a group of people in the two heavens grotto heavens that joined Qi-Si ancestor. They are all humans. These grotto heavens also have rich cultivation resources. They might be able to cooperate with the Qi-Si clone. Fang Yuan did not want to invade superforces like Chai clan and Wu clan for the time being. This would damage his own luck. Any superforce had a huge amount of luck. They had their own methods. Thus, the gains might not be high, but the risks were also high. Most importantly, even if he annexed the superforces, Fang Yuan did not want to take too much of the territories of the outside world. It would be better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. The territories would always be with him. It would be so convenient. Other Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. To them, it was more beneficial to occupy territories. If they had the sovereign immortal aperture, they would probably make the same choice as Fang Yuan. A gust of wind suddenly flew out of 4 elements square regret, blood, refinement pool, charging towards the sky. He Chun Xiu sent good news. Wu clan's fan wind Gu had been successfully refined, even though it had failed twice. Rank 8 fan wind Gu. In the recent process of using it, 4 elements square regret, blood, refinement pool had gone through some adjustments. Its power had become even stronger, including fan wind Gu. The number of immortal Gu that were successfully refined to rank 8 through 4 elements square regret, blood, refinement pool had already surpassed 50. I can sell true inheritances in jewel yellow skies on a large scale to exchange for cultivation resources. Or I can directly engage in the Gu refinement business. The profits will definitely be considerable. Fang Yuan immediately thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fang Yuan's current refinement path strength, he could only refine rank 10 and 9 immortal Gu. He could not refine other rank 8 immortal Gu either. Chapter 2161. You only have 7 days left to live. When Meng Qiuzhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm, he was greeted with this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen was stunned, asking. Standing in front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said guiltily, Little me, Granny is too useless. I really have no way to cure your illness. Using this time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly looked around. He found that not only the mushroom man in front of him, he had also become a mushroom man. Right now, they were in a mushroom man thatched hut. This kind of thatched hut had dark green walls. It was built with special grass and mud. The roof was woven from golden straw. The furnishings in the house were simple, but it showed that this was the home of a doctor. Granny, is there really no hope for me? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be unwilling as he tried to search for clues in this dream realm. The mushroom man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, There is another way. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, What way? The mushroom man granny shook her head. She turned around and walked to the table. The table was filled with medicine jars. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine jars were open, containing dried herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquids. Some medicine jars were tightly covered with lids. The mushroom man Granny seemed to have a complex mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine jars and gradually calmed down. She turned her back to Meng Qiuzhen as she said, "The only way I can think of to save you is not one method. More accurately speaking, it is one person." One person? Meng Qiuzhen walked closer to the old granny. He saw that these medicine jars contained goo worms. The old granny sighed. "Sigh, you should know her." How would Meng Qiuzhen know? But he was experienced and had a way with words. He immediately said, "Is it her?" "That's right, it is her. My tribe's previous witch, Huangwan." The old granny said, "Every mushroom man tribe had a witch, different from the mermaid tribe's saintess. Witches did not have any authority, but they usually had high prestige, because the witch had always been the most capable female doctor in the mushroom man tribe. Without the support and blessings of the witch, the next leader of the mushroom men would be doubted. Some of the leaders might not even be able to take the position. Only by finding the previous generations, which, Huangwan, will you have any hope of surviving?" The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, "Then where is she?" "Whip Mountain." The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen. "Xiaomi, you are a good child. Granny has watched you grow up. Right now, the plague is running rampant in the clan. Originally, you wouldn't have been infected, but because you took the initiative to help mother-in-law treat others, you got infected. You know a thing or two about Huangwan. Although she is very strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go in your own name. The tribe will not help you." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He acutely sensed that the old lady seemed to have another request. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately followed the inspiration in his mind and said, "But Granny, with my strength, I can't reach there at all. I really want to see Huangwan and get her help. Not only do I want to live, I also want to bring the cure back to the tribe." "Good child, good child." The old granny was greatly comforted. "Your idea is exactly what I want you to do. Don't worry, this trip to Whip Mountain is not only dangerous, but Whip Mountain is also human territory. How can I let you take it so easily?" The old granny turned around and opened the containers on the table. "You can choose any 3 goo worms here. They will be of great help to you." "Thank you, Granny," Meng Qiuzhen said, as expected. He had explored dream realms many times. He had rich experience. With just a few words, he had already understood the structure of this dream realm. The most crucial hidden point of this dream realm is the goo selection segment. If I did not sense Granny's deep intention and suggested it, I might not have gotten the opportunity to choose goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm exploration. But which 3 should I choose? Meng Qiuzhen carefully analyzed the goo worms in front of him while secretly using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen quickly observed the things in the second stage of the dream realm. Choose quickly, don't waste time. Cherish every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth. "Granny, let me think about it." The old granny had a cold expression. "Humph, you are already in this situation. You cannot be overcautious. You need to be decisive. You need to immediately choose 3 goo worms, and then leave the valley through that hidden path. Once the time is up, that path will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly." Meng Qiuzhen could not waste time. Fortunately, he had already obtained a lot of information in this short period of time. "I choose these 3 goo." Meng Qiuzhen quickly picked 3 goo from the dozens of containers. "Good. They are all good choices. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing. This is all I can do for you. Go." The old granny had just finished speaking when Meng Qiuzhen's vision turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage of the dream realm. He had rank 3 cultivation level, using his original goo worms as well as the 3 newly obtained goo worms. He moved quickly in the wilderness, trekking with great difficulty. He crossed the treacherous man-eating jungle, rushed through the layers of fog, crossed the swamp filled with death, and the last obstacle was a black bear of the 1,000-beast king level, Meng Qiuzhen, and the black bear fought bitterly for a long time. Finally, the black bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body shrunk in a few breaths of time, like a punctured balloon. In a short period of time, its flesh and organs turned into purple poisonous liquid, flowing out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted down and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the dream realm. Once it was activated, it could release tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but there was a golden king character on its head. After it came out of the white-silver aperture, it landed on the ground and started to absorb the poisonous liquid. Soon, the poisonous liquid was completely absorbed, and its body expanded slightly. Meng Qiuzhen willed, and tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. In the first stage of the dream realm, there were many poisonous goo. For example, snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against a 1,000-beast king level black bear, bee poison goo is countered by the bear's body. It is not a good choice. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo are also slow to take effect. Only tiger poison goo is best at dealing with these large beasts. Its effect is very fast. Moreover, together with poison goo, the tiger poison can take human form. It is very useful in battle. In the battle between Meng Qiuzhen and the Black Bear King, he used poison goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison tiger. The battle between the poison tiger and the Black Bear King greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen was at the back, constantly using poison path goo worms to help poison liquid tiger, finally obtaining this difficult victory. Of course, tiger poison goo had its drawbacks. It was a huge disadvantage. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect on young targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's investigation, Meng Qiuzhen already knew that the Black Bear King was the last and most difficult round in the first stage of the Dream Realm. He chose the most crucial tiger poison goo according to the situation. After this battle, tiger poison goo's toxicity and poison quantity have fallen by a lot, even after I collected the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate. Its overall strength has fallen by a lot. But thankfully, this is the final round. This is a dream realm and not the real wilderness. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The second stage of the dream realm was still very stable. It did not dissipate like he expected. Is there another difficulty? That was impossible. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo has already investigated everything. Wait, when I investigated earlier, there was a mortal. This mortal did not have any goo master cultivation level. Meng Qiuzhen had thought that this was secondary. Or if tiger poison goo was not chosen, the mortal would provide some help to the goo cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen felt that this mortal was a crucial factor. According to the information he gathered, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew the location of that mortal. He immediately moved and got closer. But along the way, his strength started to weaken rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected his body, his expression turning pale. The plague is acting up. There are still around 2 days left. Don't tell me the battle with the black bear expended too much mental energy that my body could not bear it, causing the plague to act up early? This plague was unique to mushroom men. Once it acted up, mushrooms would grow from all parts of their bodies. The more mushrooms grew, the more life force would be extracted from the mushroom man. The plague was so intense, Meng Qiuzhen had only just discovered it when he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Is this the end of this dream realm exploration? I have not even seen Paradise Earth. In order to cooperate with the main body's plan to construct the Earth Vein, Meng Qiuzhen explored Paradise Earth's dream realm in advance. No, I still have some hope. Persevere. I need to persevere. This place is not far from that mortal's location. Even though Meng Qiuzhen had no strength left and could only fall to the ground, he was not at his limit yet. At least, he still had the strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated healing goo worms to stall for time. Healing goo masters could only slow down the severity of the plague and not the root cause. But it was like a child trying to stop a car. The effect was minimal. Damn it. I expended most of my primeval essence in the battle with the Black Bear King. My primeval essence is about to run dry. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a desperate situation again. But at that moment, he heard a rustling sound. It's that mortal's footsteps. Very good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shined as he shouted with all his strength. Save me! Save me! P.S. Congratulations to Cleansing Soul Extreme Frost for becoming the leader of this book. I owe you an update. This way, I owe you 6 updates. I need to use them at the climax. Chapter 2162. Even though he was calling with all his strength, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still very weak. Who is calling for help? A mortal girl peeled away the brambles and arrived here. Here, look down. Meng Qiuzhen said. His voice was very weak, as if he was whispering. The mortal girl did not hear him. She muttered, "Did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late. I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in 2 clan village. There are so many mushrooms here." The mortal girl discovered Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was covered in mushrooms. He was unrecognizable. The mortal girl squatted down and plucked the mushrooms off Meng Qiuzhen's body. With each mushroom she plucked, Meng Qiuzhen's life force would leak out 1 less channel. His condition was quickly alleviated. His strength was gradually recovering. That's right, there are still 2 days before my illness flares up. At least right now, my life is not fated to die. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. Then he said, "Little girl, the mushrooms on my body are very delicious. It is fine if you pluck them all." The mortal girl jumped in fright. Meng Qiuzhen said, "Don't be afraid. I am also human. I was the one who asked for help just now. Thank you, kind lady, you saved me. But I did not do anything." Meng Qiuzhen forced a smile. "You plucked all the mushrooms on my body. That is saving me. These mushrooms are only harmful to us mushroom men. They are harmless to other races. They are even beneficial." After the shock, the young girl smiled. "So, you are a mushroom man. I have heard rumors about you since young. You are gentle and never harm people. Before meeting you, I have never seen a living mushroom man." Meng Qiuzhen quickly said, "Quickly pluck my mushrooms. I cannot hold on anymore." The young girl was very agile. She quickly plucked the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. He escaped from the desperate situation. He was saved from the brink of failure. There is 1 last mushroom left. The young girl was very serious. Wait. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. That mushroom does not need to be plucked. The young girl blinked her large eyes. Her face was a little red. "I can't pluck it. Is it hurting you?" Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale. He took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Don't pull any more." But the little girl shook her head and stubbornly said, "That won't do. Big Brother Mushroom Man, you just said that I have to pull out all the mushrooms in your body to cure you." Don't. Ah. The little girl rolled up her sleeves and revealed a very serious and adorable expression. "Humph, you haven't pulled it out yet. I don't believe it. Meng Qiuzhen, As Meng Qiuzhen screamed, the second stage of the dream realm was finally cleared. His vision gradually changed from a chaotic swirl of colors to a clear view. This was a bustling market, and the people around were bustling with activity. "This is Tu Clan Village?" Behind Meng Qiuzhen, Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi was wrapped tightly as he asked softly. Meng Qiuzhen took a glance and was slightly shocked. He was acting as the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi in the first two scenes. He did not expect to change his identity in the third scene. This kind of situation was rare. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. "All right, I have become that little human girl." Meng Qiuzhen sighed. Internally, Huang Xiaomi's strength was already insufficient, now that Meng Qiuzhen had become a mortal, and a young girl at that. The change in identity made Meng Qiuzhen feel some doubts. What was the main plot of this Paradise Earth Dream realm? Originally, in the first two scenes, he was Huang Xiaomi, and his initial guess was that the main plot of the Dream Realm was to save the Mushroom Man tribe and cure the plague. But now that his identity had changed, Meng Qiuzhen's heart started to shake intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into Tu Clan Village, I should still help Huang Xiaomi find the shaman of the Mushroom Man tribe. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous clues. "Fong Tu girl, you are here? Quick. Uncle, the stall next to me is also very good. Quickly occupy it. The evening market is not the same as the morning market. The duration is very short." A middle-aged uncle took the initiative to greet Meng Qiuzhen. "Thank you, uncle." Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and placed his basket full of mushrooms at the stall next to the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen place the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and praised, "These mushrooms are really fresh." "Of course," Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze stopped on him. This is my distant relative. He came to help me." Meng Qiuzhen quickly answered. The middle-aged uncle did not ask anymore. The evening market had already started. People were moving about. Everyone was busy. Some were buying, some were selling. The things being bought and sold were basically mortal goods like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market. It was used to satisfy daily needs. What goo worms were sold, unless it was a caravan that passed by Tu Clan Village. After a few minutes, the number of people in the market started to thin out. At this time, there was a commotion ahead. "Move aside, move aside, move aside. Can't you see Lord Green Beast is here?" A group of youths shouted. There were 5 to 6 of them. They were walking on the narrow walkway. Everywhere they went, the passers-by gave way, showing fear, nervousness, or even disdain and disgust. "Girl Fong Tu, quickly hide. Don't let that beast see you again," the middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Meng Qiuzhen was stunned. "Lady Fong Tu." At the next moment, the leader of those 5 to 6 people, the bald youngster walking at the front, shouted. His eyes shined as he saw Meng Qiuzhen from afar. "What's going on?" Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking over quickly. The bald youngster had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but there was no hair on his head. There was even a tattoo of a green beast's head. The bald youngster touched the green beast tattoo on his head as he grinned at Meng Qiuzhen. "Lady Fong Tu, you are here to sell mushrooms again. I want to buy them." "Oh." Meng Qiuzhen was vigilant. He asked, How much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised 2 fingers. Just 1 kilogram. Help me pick some big ones that look good. Meng Qiu, Zhen started to choose. This is good. That is good. I want them too. The bald youngster, nicknamed Green Beast, gestured with his hands. Sigh, I said this one, and that one. The bald youngster spoke again and again. Which one is it? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, feeling that the other party was toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Never mind, Sister Fong. Let me help you. Let's pick together. The bald youngster said, as he started, Tender, so tender. He picked a few and said, Meng Qiuzhen answered, These are all fresh. I just picked them today. Slippery, it's really slippery. The bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown. You are touching my hand. Sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared. Then why did you touch? It was an accident. The bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless. He found that he was being teased. TSK, shameless scoundrel. You dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight. The mushroom man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore. He shouted, Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Lady Fong? The bald youngster was furious. He had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue. Anger was rising. This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. Internally, Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of the Dream Butterfly would encounter in the dream realm, because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the Goo cultivator enters the dream realm for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and 2 clan villages market in the previous scene of the dream realm, but he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen. They were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating. The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not back down. He also attacked. The two started to fight. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now. He could not resist a Goo Master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their Goo cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage. He was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is so strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength. After all, he had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the dream realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong, he was already suppressing. Huang Xiaomi, wait, you are not a human, you are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense. Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Great, you spy. Why did you sneak into my 2-clan village? You must be up to no good. Ha ha. I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout. All of you attack. He is a mushroom man. There is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered after being captured. He shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha. If you capture me, I will be 2 clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi. You variant human, just lie there obediently. Chapter 2163. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, purposely saying anxiously, Brother Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished, the bald youngster interrupted him, shouting in a hurry. It was indeed the mushroom man that threatened Lady Xiaofang. We will go to the village now and report to the elders. Let's go. Under everyone's gazes, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow, going deep into Two Clan Village with the bald youngster and Huang Xiaomi. Along the way, the bald youngster whispered to Meng Qiuzhen, Sister Xiaofang, you have to report later. Otherwise, even you will be implicated. The mushroom man is not a good person. He is dead for sure. Meng Qiuzhen did not speak. Huang Xiaomi, who was tied up and unable to move, shouted, That's right, I lied to Fang Tu and forced her. If you capture me, it will bring huge trouble to your Two clan. Someone will definitely come and save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fang Tu. He clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor. Thus he purposely said this. The bald youngster eventually sent Huang Xiaomi to Two Clan Village's prison, receiving praise and encouragement from Two Clan's elders. After everyone dispersed, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his house. It is late, Sister Xiaofang. Come to our house for dinner and stay here temporarily. When we were neighbors, we often played together. Also, if my mother sees you, she will definitely be very happy. So this green beast has such a relationship with Fang Tu? Meng Qiuzhen nodded, following the development of the plot. Soon, Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his house. This was an ordinary two-story bamboo house. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. Pushing open the kitchen door, the bald youngster shouted, Mother, who did I bring back for you? It's you, Lady Xiaofang. It has been many days. Are your parents well? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are doing well. Thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said perfunctorily. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling brightly. Since Xiaofang is here, you can go and have a seat. I will cook some dishes. The bald youngster could not wait to show off. Mother, you have to cook more delicious food today. This is your son's celebration feast. You stinking brat, what are you up to now? The bald youth's mother frowned. The bald youth patted his chest. Mother, I, your son, have really made a great contribution this time. I caught a mushroom man on the streets and sent him to the clan's prison. What? The bald youth's mother paused. The bald youth hurriedly recounted the incident. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Fang, this rascal likes to talk nonsense. Is what he said true? It is true. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding. But Big Brother Mushroom Man, Huang Xiaomi is really a good person. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the bald young man once more. All right, Lil Fang, I've already warned you many times. You can say this at home, but don't whisper it outside. All right. The bald youth's mother waved her hand. Brat, we've run out of soy sauce. Go to the shop on the corner and buy some soy sauce. Go quickly. How can we cook without soy sauce? Oh, all right. After the bald youngster left, Aunt walked to Meng Qiuzhen. Come, Xiaofang, tell Aunt what is going on. Thus, the dream realm's third scene passed like this. The fourth scene arrived, late at night, in the underground prison. Changed identities again. Meng Qiuzhen regained his senses and immediately discovered this abnormality. He broke away from his mortal Fang Tu identity and became a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation had reached rank 4. You are actually the bald youth's mother? Meng Qiuzhen soon discovered that the bald youth's mother was a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately guessed, I'm afraid my current identity is that Huang Wan. This dream realm came from Paradise Earth. The unique thing was that the identities in each scene were not fixed. Maybe I can even act as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the following dream realms. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. Until now, He had not seen Paradise Earth, immortal venerable in the dream realm. In the first scene, Meng Qiuzhen learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch, Huang Wan. She was very strong and was the only doctor who had hope of curing the Mushroom Man plague. However, he learned from the Mushroom Man granny that this former witch, Huang Wan, seemed to have been expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man, Huang Wan, concealed her identity and lived in a human force 2 clan village. To conceal her identity perfectly, she even adopted a human youngster. If that bald youth knew that his mother was also a Mushroom Man, I wonder what expression he would have. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He used a short period of time to familiarize himself with the goo worms on him. He had a complete set of goo worms. They covered offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects from some of the supplementary goo worms. Meng Qiuzhen acutely sensed that these goo worms could be used together to form mortal killer moves. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. Meng Qiuzhen could not test the combination of killer moves. The third scene has already given us a clear clue. Even though this Mushroom Man Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, she clearly cares about the Mushroom Man tribe. She came to save Huang Xiaomi that night. I need to act quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately set off, entering the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was very simple. It could be seen at a glance. Soon, he found Huang Xiaomi, who was chained to the wall at the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen activated his goo worms and silently melted the lock on the door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen quickly arrived in front of Huang Xiaomi, wanting to check his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi self-detonated, turning into dust that covered Meng Qiuzhen's body. Soon after, the clanging of the alarm bell caused the guards to shout out. Moreover, the entire prison started to shine with dark yellow light. A concealed goo formation activated, sealing the surroundings. Oh no, it is a trap. Meng Qiuzhen helplessly found that Huang Xiaomi had already vanished. He quickly retreated and used poison goo to corrode the goo formation, but there was little effect. Audacious, you dare to break into my 2 clan village. Just like that captive said, someone will definitely come to save him. Humph, surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. The 2 elders had similar faces. They were twins. They moved along the goo formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly and started fighting. After fighting for 60 rounds, he was defeated and captured by the 2 elders. The dream realm dissipated at this point. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen was very experienced. He only failed when he reached the 4th stage. His soul was heavily injured. Meng Qiuzhen healed his injuries as he reflected. Those 2 elders are very strong. Not only do they have rank 4 cultivation level, they also have great coordination. When fighting, it is like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight these 2 elders, I also have to deal with the goo formation. I am at a disadvantage. Of course, there is another reason. I am not familiar with the poison path goo worms in my hands. Using this chance, I might as well deduce it and find the hidden poison path killer move. There is another reason. Meng Qiuzhen reflected deeply. He realized his restlessness in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi had managed to hide from his preliminary detection method, but if he had a normal mentality, he would not have rashly entered the cell. He would have used goo worms to investigate the situation. Back then, Huang Wan must have been very restless. Thus, I was unknowingly infected by this restlessness and lost my usual judgment. The previous 3 stages of the dream realm also had emotional disturbances, but Meng Qiuzhen suppressed them. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions were far more natural than the previous 3 stages. This was also one of the difficulties in exploring dream realms. Using this time to rest, Meng Qiuzhen quickly deduced 5 poison path killer moves. Most of them used Be Poison Goo as the core. After entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiuzhen inspected patiently. He was surprised to find that not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the entire underground prison was fake as well. This is a fake prison. The real cell is 1 floor below. The main part of the Goo formation is also 1 floor below. Meng Qiuzhen carefully entered the real prison. 2 Clan Village's true prison was unexpectedly complex. It had a grand aura to it. The prison was like an ant's nest. There were countless tunnels that intersected with each other. Meng Qiuzhen felt like he was in a fog. He was dazzled. The entire mountain seems to have been penetrated. It has turned into a prison. This 2 Clan village is clearly an ordinary force. How could they do this? No, there are traces of a tunnel here. Meng Qiuzhen explored carefully. He soon found traces of a tunnel in one of the 10 earths. This mountain is definitely a famous mountain. It actually contains a natural tunnel. 2 Clan village made use of the tunnel to develop it slightly and gain a lot of resources. No wonder they could nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen wandered around 2 Clans' underground prison. 9 out of 10 rooms in the underground prison were empty. There were far more beasts than mortals. After spending some time, Meng Qiuzhen still could not find any clues. During this process, the dream realm expended a lot of his soul foundation. It's those 2 Goo masters. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Goo cultivators moving through the tunnel ahead. He quickly dodged to the side, hiding. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 Goo masters flew out of the tunnel. It's those 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly. He immediately recognized them. It turned out that they had been in the underground prison all along. That was why they were the first to arrive at the fake prison. The 2 elders talked as they walked. This Mushroom Man prisoner is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured so much torture. Even if he did not say it, we already knew that there was a Mushroom Man tribe around 2 Clan village. It is just that we did not know their exact location. Right? We must get the exact location of the Mushroom Man tribe from this prisoner and eliminate them. Chapter 2164. The 2 elders gradually stopped, and both of them went into another tunnel. Swoosh, swoosh, the 2 quickly left this place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes flickered. The scene in front of him made him recall a scene in his mind. In the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan had appeared in southern border. They were called 2 Clan. This clan's Goo immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to roam around and fight. Is it related to this 2 Clan village? There were several possibilities. Firstly, 2 Clan villages' inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, 2 Clan villages' descendant bloodline was passed down. They ascended during the era of dream realms, or they already had Goo immortals who were living in seclusion. Thirdly, someone from 2 Clan village revived in the graveyard. Meng Qiuzhen followed the 2 rank 4 elders and successfully found Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell. He had already fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen was still vigilant. After finding no signs of traps, he quietly entered the cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in a terrible state. He was on the verge of death. Huang Xiaomi had the Mushroom Man plague to begin with. It was very fatal. If his resistance was not strong enough, he would die from the disease. Today, he fought with the bald youngster and was interrogated by the 2 elders. His body was already covered in mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen had not arrived in time, Huang Xiaomi would have died in a few breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen thought to himself. It was a close shave. If he had been any later, his dream realm exploration might have ended in failure again. He immediately tried to save him. Thankfully, he was prepared. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body shrunk until they all went back into Huang Xiaomi's body. "Who are you?" Huang Xiaomi opened his eyes with difficulty. His vision was still blurry. Meng Qiuzhen answered directly. "I am Huang Wan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the Mushroom Man plague in your body. Your situation is too bad. Your vitality is almost depleted. You cannot rashly pluck out the mushrooms. It will cost you your life." Huang Xiaomi quickly thanked. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." "Sigh, it is still too early to say this. Let's go out first. I will research this plague. You do not have much time," Meng Qiuzhen said. Currently, he had not developed a poison path killer move that could cure Huang Xiaomi's illness. Maybe the next scene would be him curing the Mushroom Man plague. Of course, this was only his guess. Earlier, he had been searching for Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen did not have the chance to use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, thus he did not know about the following dream realm. "You have to persevere. Let's go." Meng Qiuzhen immediately helped Huang Xiaomi up and left stealthily. Who would have thought that he would bump into the bald young man on his way? "Stop right there. Just as I expected, someone has come to save you," the bald youth roared. The two clan elders followed behind him, both shocked and furious. "How dare you? Despicable thief. You actually dare to break into a prison. Quickly activate the formation and capture this person as well." The moment he said that, the Goo formation activated. The two elders attacked, while the bald youngster assisted from the side. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. He could only fight. He had many poison path killer moves this time. He could fight evenly with the other party. But very quickly, the bald young man saw through Huang Xiaomi's weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi could not resist at all. He became a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen could only grit his teeth and continue to help Huang Xiaomi, but he lost the initiative and was suppressed by the two elders. Eventually, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald young man. He breathed his last. "Variant human mushroom men. Everyone has the right to kill them," the bald young man shouted. He was filled with righteousness and excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing his injuries as he summarized. "I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald young man. To think that when I explored this dream realm to a certain stage, the dream realm would change and form a new person. Why did the bald young man come to the underground prison? Judging from his tone, it seems like he has discovered my tracks. What method did he use to find me? Don't tell me he already discovered the secret of his birth, that his mother is a Mushroom Man variant human? So he played along with me?" After his soul injuries healed, Meng Qiuzhen explored the dream realm again with doubts. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell very early. He hid in a corner, listening to Huang Xiaomi's screams and curses as he was tortured. These two rank 4 elders had great strength, and most importantly, they had the help of a Goo formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not intend to use force. After the previous 2 failures, after accumulating experience, his strength was probably even higher than the main character, Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. The previous failures had proven that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm exploration would fail. It seemed that this dream realm wanted him to rescue Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the 2 elders left, he went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Without waking him up, Meng Qiuzhen directly used a poison path killer move to get rid of the Mushroom Man plague in Huang Xiaomi. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi learned that he was cured. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior. Senior, please save the Mushroom Man tribe. Many tribesmen are infected with this plague." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He gave Huang Xiaomi some poison goo so that he could fight. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He managed to sneak away with Meng Qiuzhen. But this time, he was still discovered by the bald youngster. "Stop. As I expected, someone is here to save you." The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a strange expression. He asked, "I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find out?" The bald youngster chuckled. "I'm not afraid to tell you. I have great talent. I created a move called Rustic Chi. After this Mushroom Man was captured by me, I secretly used this tracking killer move. How could you unravel it in such a short time?" "Not bad, not bad. Even though you have an outsider surname, you have talent. Very good. It's all thanks to you today that we brothers discovered this dangerous situation. We will remember your great merit." The two rank 4 elders had a whole new level of respect for the bald youngster. "Thank you, lords." The bald youngster was extremely excited. He acted like a lackey. "I will definitely perform well." Meng Qiuzhen. After a huge battle, Huang Xiaomi still died. Meng Qiuzhen's third exploration failed again. After a deep reflection, he went for the fourth exploration. This time, he sneaked in ahead of time and hid in a corner. After the two elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell and cured Huang Xiaomi of the plague. He even gave him a healing goo worm. "Stay here and heal yourself. Remember not to step out of the prison cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you move carelessly, the enemy will find out," Meng Qiuzhen said. "After I get rid of the crucial goo master, and you see this healing goo worm flying in the air, immediately leave." Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He quickly nodded. "I will listen to Senior's arrangements." Meng Qiuzhen made the necessary arrangements and immediately left the prison cell. On the other side, the dream realm changed. A bald youngster appeared. The bald youngster was summoned by the two elders. He was on his way when Meng Qiuzhen suddenly attacked him. Even though the bald youngster had high strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match. Not to mention, this was a sneak attack that Meng Qiuzhen had planned for a long time. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sorrow, guilt, and regret filled his heart. He could not control himself. What is going on? It seems that the bald youngster cannot be killed. Maybe because they have been together for a long time. This Mushroom Man Huang, one has already treated her fake son as her real son. This emotion was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's nature, he could not suppress it. Mushroom Man Huang Wan's body was shaking. Tears were flowing down her face. She could not stop them. Clang, 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 clang. The alarm suddenly rang. The goo formation activated again. The two elders charged towards Meng Qiuzhen. They definitely did not see the bald youngster. They became suspicious after a long time. Thus they rushed over to investigate. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration also ended in failure. So, this son cannot be killed. Meng Qiuzhen was troubled because Meng Qiuzhen could not unravel that earthy chi killer move. Even though this killer move was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used. And most importantly, even if he knew, would the goo worms he had be effective against it? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster has. Unfortunately, I have already missed the best time to investigate. In the third scene, Fang Yuan was Fang Tu's identity. If he tried to probe around, since the bald youngster was interested in Fang Tu, he should be able to get some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu was selling mushrooms, The bald youngster was teasing her. It was a good opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen did not realize this, because through Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he could not see this scene. After all, the bald youngster did not exist beforehand. It was only after Meng Qiuzhen successfully rescued Huang Xiaomi that the dream realm changed, and the bald youngster appeared. Right now, Meng Qiuzhen had already probed this scene. The previous few scenes had already disappeared. After careful consideration, Meng Qiuzhen stepped into the dream realm again. This time, he did not get close to the prison cell. He hid at the side. It was useless even if he got there in advance, because Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the two elders to leave before he could enter. And save Huang Xiaomi, Meng Qiuzhen made arrangements on the path that the two elders had to pass. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to create a new complex tunnel along the way. After making the arrangements, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell. The two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi, but he did not leave him in the cell. He brought him away. The two elders were about to meet the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial buffer time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased after them and wanted to stop them. Chapter 2165. The Goo Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped his foot. With a loud sound, the ground caved in. A Goo Master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. You want to control me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit when he saw Meng Qiuzhen holding a huge rock the size of a horse carriage, throwing it down. Don't! Bam! The huge rock smashed down, smashing the Goo Master into the pit. He lost all signs of life. Soon, blood started to flow out from the bottom of the rock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually trying to kill a clan member. The remaining two Goo Masters witnessed all of this, their hearts palpitating in fear. Weren't you guys unconvinced? Meng Qiuzhen smiled maliciously, getting closer, even though the bald youngster had limited goo worms. With Meng Qiuzhen's battle attainment, how could these mortal Goo Masters be his match? In just a few moves, they were all beaten to the ground by him. Stop! Stop! I surrender! The Goo Masters quickly begged for mercy. The sixth scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed. The Mushroom Man plague was also successfully cured by Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi obtained some poison goo from Huang Wan. Using these poison goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that was harming the Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi sneaked away secretly. There were Goo Masters patrolling the surroundings of Clan Village. A group of rank 2 Goo Masters, a total of 5 people, were advancing in the forest. Stop, rest here. The leader suddenly stretched out his hand, instructing. The group had just rested when a colorless and odorless poison gas spread. Bam, bam, bam. These 5 Goo Masters immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Huang Wan's Poison Path Killer move is only effective against rank 3 and below Goo Masters. But in battle, there is no aura. It is very valuable. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated in his mind before setting off again. He could not kill these 2 clan Goo Masters, even if they had no strength to resist. Once he killed them, Clan Village would be alerted and chase after them. But a change happened right in front of Meng Qiuzhen. The dream realm suddenly changed. The bald youngster led a group of Goo Masters. They encountered Meng Qiuzhen. Variant human scoundrel, you are still here? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The bald young man was taken aback for a moment before he roared and led his team in pursuit. It seems that such a thing also happened in history. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could not detect this change. In fact, Even if Meng Qiuzhen detected this change, he could not do anything about it, because no matter what route he chose, under the transformation of the dream realm, the bald youngsters group would always appear in front of Meng Qiuzhen. From another point of view, this was also a necessary process in exploring dreams. Only by getting rid of the bald youth's pursuit would he be able to successfully pass through this dream. An exciting battle of pursuit and killing unfolded between the two sides. The bald youngster chased them all the way, but Huang Xiaomi had recovered his strength. He did not linger. He escaped from time to time and set up ambushes to kill the other Gu masters in the trapping group. The bald youngster was Huang Wan's son, for the sake of safety. Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully got rid of the pursuers. The bald youth stood behind him and could not catch up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man thief, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." The enmity between the two of them deepened. 7th scene of the dream realm. 8th scene of the dream realm. 9th scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster. Green Beast. At other times, he acted as Huang Xiaomi. With the poison path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe finally got rid of the plague. But war came. Even though the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place was not discovered, under 2 clan villages' forceful search, they could not hide for long. Both sides sent their own Gu masters to engage in small-scale battles. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but heroes also emerged as a result. 2 clan village had the bald youngster, Huang Wan's godson, and the Mushroom Man side had Huang Xiaomi, Huang Wan's clansman. The two often interacted and fought against each other. As they competed, their strength rose rapidly. They advanced to rank 4 at the same time. Many of their clansmen and comrades died in each other's hands. They became each other's greatest enemies. Finally, it was the 12th scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi and set up a trap using the tactic of sowing discord. 2 clan villages' higher-ups became wary of the bald youngster. Green Beast did not have the surname Tu after all. He was not a true Tu clan member. The Mushroom Man side set up an inconspicuous trap. It seemed to be the Mushroom Man tribe's true gathering place. 2 clan villages' higher-ups immediately sent the bald youngster to probe the danger. Even though the bald youngster knew something was amiss, he was not sure. After investigating, the bald youngster was ambushed and fell into a life-and-death situation. Green Beast, today will be the day of your death. Huang Xiaomi roared. He commanded his troops to encircle and annihilate the human race, which had only a few people left. Even if I die, I will drag 10 times the number of mushroom men down with me. The bald youngster screamed. He was bathed in blood and injuries, but his fighting spirit was high. Even the surrounding Mushroom Man Gu masters recognized that this person was a brave warrior of the enemy. Finally, the bald youngster lost all his strength. His primeval essence was expended. He was alone, and there were dozens of Mushroom Man corpses around him. You variant humans won't live for long. Damn it, damn it. I have the will to kill the enemy, but I have no strength. The bald youngster smiled coldly. He knelt on the ground, but still held his head high. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, "Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even though I will die in your hands today, I was defeated by 2 clans' elders' scheme." You finally understand. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly. He walked forward and was about to kill when a change occurred. Huang Wan covered her face and suddenly appeared. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out, successfully saving the bald youngster. But at the next moment, another human Gu master attacked. He had rank 5 cultivation level. Boom! With a loud sound, the human Gu master not only dispersed the white smoke, everyone's vision cleared up. He even obstructed Huang Wan. Huang Wan supported the bald youngster as they landed at the edge of the battlefield. Village leader. The bald youngster saw the rank 5 human goo master and was overjoyed. He looked at the female goo master, who saved him. Chapter 2166. At this time, 2 clan villages goo masters came from all directions, surrounding the mushroom men and Huang Wan and her son. The mushroom men were surrounded. They panicked. Huang Xiaomi shouted, "Don't panic! I have already asked for reinforcements from the tribe. They will stop us soon. Before that, we need to hold on." The mushroom man goo masters forced themselves to calm down. 2 clan villages' leader did not attack. He took a few steps forward as he looked at Huang Wan with a complex expression. "Wan heir, it is you after all." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "What do you want?" Once she said that, the bald young man heard it. His heart and mind shook as he cried out, "Mother!" Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. "At this point, I can't hide it from you anymore. Rascal!" Huang Wan looked at the bald young man as she sighed deeply. Her expression was bleak. The mushroom man goo masters were shocked. This is the previous generation, why did the previous generation, which saved the human goo master green beast? From their words, they seemed to be mother and son. So Huang Wan was chased out of the tribe because she had an affair with 2 clan villages' leader. She even gave birth to a son. The truth was displayed in front of everyone. Soon, the cause and effect was revealed by everyone. "Mother, are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth?" The bald young man's heart and mind shook. He could not control himself. For a long time, he had been a pure human. To think that he was a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. Huang Wan sighed deeply. "They are speaking the truth. Mother has let you down. I hid it from you for so long." The bald young man took in a deep breath as he took a few steps back, looking at Huang Wan with wide eyes. He had never seen his mother who looked like a mushroom man. Because the secret of his birth was exposed, he could not accept it immediately. 2 clan villages' leader looked at the bald young man deeply before turning to Huang Wan. "Wan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after you left me back then, you stayed and hid in 2 clan village. You even raised our son. It has been hard on you all these years." Huang Wan snorted coldly. "You are 2 clan villages' leader. I am the witch of the mushroom man tribe. We cannot be together. But the child is innocent. There is only one reason why I stayed in 2 clan village. That is for my son. He is of mixed blood, and the tribe cannot accept him. Thus, all these years, I have been thinking of letting him grow in 2 clan village and finally reveal my cards to you, allowing you to take him in." At this point, Huang Wan looked at the bald young man and said softly, "When you were young, didn't you always ask who my father was? Now you know. Nyangqin has Nyangqin's plans, but man proposes and God disposes. Today's situation is absolutely not what Nyangqin had imagined. Child, no matter what the result is, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate your father, Mother wants you to remember one thing. Living in this world, no matter if you are a human, a mushroom man, or a mixed blood, you have to be happy. Don't be entangled in hatred. Only with an open mind will you be able to see the vast world. So, I named you Paradise." Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. What green beast is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? He's actually a mixed blood, but how could a mixed blood become one of the 10 great venerables of the human race? No wonder when I acted as Huang Wan and killed Paradise Earth, my emotions overwhelmed me and caused the exploration to fail. It turns out that my previous deduction was wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, don't say any more. Paradise Earth shook his head, retreating again as he looked at Huang Wan in disbelief. Why are you a mushroom man? Huang Wan's heart shook. Lu, you have been living among humans since you were young. I know you cannot accept it, but boom! The ground behind Huang Wan broke open as a two-clan rank 4 elder broke out of the ground and attacked Huang Wan's back. Huang Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying and coughed out blood in the air. This two-clan rank 4 elder used this move but had no strength to chase after her. He said with a ruthless expression, "Huang Wan, back then it was you who rescued Huang Xiaomi, and my own brother died tragically in your hands. For today, I painstakingly cultivated this move-breaking, earth-shattering life. How does it feel?" Ha ha ha. Mother. Paradise Earth subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. It was Lady Huang Wan who resolved the plague of our Mushroom Man tribe. Quickly save her. Meng Qiuzhen shouted. It's too late. 2 clan villages' men. Kill them all. 2 clan villages' leaders shouted as he unleashed an all-out attack. The Mushroom Man Goo Masters quickly faced the enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lord Village Leader. Paradise Earth could not call out Father in his urgency. He protected Huang Wan as he looked at 2 clan villages' leader in disbelief. Paradise Earth was not a 3-year-old child. He was experienced in battles and knew people's hearts. Earlier, 2 clan villages' leader used words to distract Huang Wan. He used Paradise Earth to distract her and protect the 2 clan elder, allowing the latter to succeed in his sneak attack. You still made this choice. Huang Wan stared at 2 clan villages' leader, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time to heal her. She decisively suppressed her injuries and quickly stood up. I am 2 clan villages' leader. I need to be responsible for all of my clansmen. Furthermore, exterminating variant humans is the righteous cause of humanity. 2 clan villages' leader snorted coldly as he charged over. You are so ruthless. Huang Wan shouted as she pushed Paradise Earth away, fighting against 2 clan villages' leader. Bam, bam, bam. The 2 fought with a huge commotion. The shockwaves spread out as Goo Masters who could not dodge in time died. Thus, the surrounding Goo Masters immediately took a detour, creating a huge battlefield for these 2 people. Stop fighting. Paradise Earth was extremely anxious. He lost his head out of fear and shouted repeatedly. His condition was at rock bottom. He could not participate in this. Alu, quickly leave. Huang Wan shouted, Alu, you are a mixed blood, but you are also my son. I have seen all of your battle achievements. Hurry up and help the Stockade Village. These mushroom men deserve to die. 2 clan villages' leader shouted, Stop fighting, stop fighting. Paradise Earth's body was shaking. He was completely out of his wits. A cold light flashed in 2 clan village heads' eyes as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing 2 clan village head to have the upper hand and control the battle. 2 clan villages had purposely pressured Huang Wan to get close to a certain 2 clan Goo Master. This 2 tribe Goo Master had unfortunately fallen into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much. She struck this 2 clan Goo Master and killed him on the spot. No, Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this 2 clan Goo Master was his close comrade. They had gone through life and death together many times. Go away. Alu, seeing Lu Tu barge in, Huang Wan turned pale with fright. 2 clan village head took the chance to attack. Bang, bang, bang. 3 strikes landed on Huang Wan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Lu Tu shouted as he used his body to block 2 clan village head's path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't hurt my mother! Killing intent surged in 2 clan village head's eyes just as he was about to attack. A battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. 2 clan village head squinted as he thought to himself. We did not bring many people this time. They are all elites it is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Men army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose. Thinking of this, two clan village head ordered, "Retreat." "What are you doing?" Seeing that two clan village head was getting closer, the bald young man, Lu Tu, asked nervously. Two clan village head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. "Lu Tu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all. But your mother is a Mushroom Man. It's the foreign races." Two clan village head's voice suddenly rose. "Do you want to join the variant humans?" Two clan village head asked again. Lu Tu gritted his teeth and did not speak. "All these years, how many Mushroom Men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in?" Two clan village head sneered. Lu Tu snorted coldly as he stared at two clan village head. "I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off." Two clan village head chuckled. "You are still protecting your mother now. Any later and she will die from her injuries." Lu was at a loss. Two clan village head suddenly attacked, knocking Lu unconscious with one palm strike and bringing the mother and son away. "Kill! Kill these humans! Get Huang Wan back. She knows the secret of the tribe's living area." The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiuzhan, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on. He did not do anything, because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu master's pursuit was futile. Meng Qiuzhan successfully arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huang Wan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades. His primeval essence was completely depleted. He had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages head walked in. Meng Qiuzhan squinted. From the previous scene, this was clearly a formidable character. Two clan villages head laughed. He came prepared. "You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first." Two clan villages head took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, two clan villages had opened the door and saw Lu Tuesday. "I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son." Two clan villages head had a warm expression. Lu Tu was covered in bandages. He stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. "How's my mother now?" Paradise Earth blurted out with an anxious expression. "P.S. A portion of the previous chapter was missing yesterday. It was uploaded by mistake. It has been fixed. Please remember this book's domain name." Writing Pen Chinese mobile version website. Chapter 2167. Two clan villages head sighed deeply. "Your mother is a great mother. For your sake, she took the risk to live in two clan village." Two clan villages head changed the topic. "But I cannot let her go. She is a Mushroom Man of foreign race. You know that these Mushroom Men are. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. The best outcome for these Mushroom Men is death. But you are different. You are my son. You know that I have no children. You are my only son. Ah, look, come and help Father. Only Father can accept you. This two clan village is your home. Father owes you a lot. Father will do his best to make it up to you. After this battle, you have already accumulated enough merits. I know that you want the two surname. Originally, the village still needs to be examined, but Father will allow it. From today onwards, you are a true two clan member. You have the two surname. You are no longer Lu Tu, you are Tula. Child, Father is proud of you. This is your new life." Lu Tu laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery and sorrow. The goal that he once yearned for was finally realized, but he did not feel happy at all. "I do not want the two surname. All the merits that I have made for Two Clan Village over these years, I will use them to exchange for my mother's life, Lutu shouted. But Two Clan Village's head was expressionless. He shook his head with a firm attitude. Lutu gritted his teeth. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He pointed at Two Clan Village's head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. Moreover, I will fight you to the death. Ah, look! Two Clan Village's head shouted coldly. Lutu did not speak. He only stared at Two Clan Village's head. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The father and son stared at each other. Finally, Two Clan Village's head's expression relaxed. He shifted his gaze to the top of his head and let out a deep sigh. The sigh was filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sorrow. Two Clan Village's head looked deeply at Lutu as he sighed. All these years, Father did not notice you at all. Father has let you down, my son. If Father took care of you, I would not have ended up like this. Fine. Since it's Father's fault, Father will satisfy your request this time. Father will let your mother go. He will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe must be eradicated. Not a single one shall be left alive. This is Father's bottom line. It is also Father's biggest concession as Two Clan Village head. Allah, you have to understand my difficulties. Paradise Earth's expression immediately relaxed. He swallowed his saliva. Lord, Lord, as long as you let my mother go, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribes. All these years, Paradise Earth had been fighting with the Mushroom Man tribe. The hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The only person he cared about was Huang Wan. Good boy. Two Clan Village head became excited. He patted Lutu's shoulder. But Father cannot let your mother go now. You also know that although we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's settlement, we cannot truly win. But your mother knows the secret of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find the Mushroom Man tribe. Allah, Dad, you have to help me. Persuade your mother. Let her tell us this secret. Dad promises you, as long as we eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of Two Clan Village's greatest threat, I will definitely let your mother go and let her live happily. This Paradise Earth hesitated. Even though he wanted to eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood his mother's feelings towards the Mushroom Man tribe. Two Clan Village head patted Paradise Earth's shoulder. He said in an understanding tone, Dad will not force you. Think about it. You are still injured. Recuperate. Dad will give you enough time to think about it. I believe in you. The video ended. Two Clan Village head sneered. He approached Huang Wan. Are you going to say it now? Or do you want your son to persuade you personally? Think about it, Wan Heir. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If we really fall out, the two of you will not have a good time. I might not kill him either. I just need to send him to the front lines and let him fight with your tribesmen. What do you think? Meng Qiuzhen looked at Two Clan Village head with an appreciative gaze. You are truly despicable and shameless. You are quite a character. Ha ha. Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You only saw through me now. It's too late. Wan Heir. Two Clan Village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not quite right. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a serious expression. That is why I admire you. The laughter stopped abruptly. Two Clan Village head had an expression of doubt. What did you just say? Meng Qiuzhen's attitude was straightforward. His gaze was bright and energetic. You do not need to go through so much trouble. Don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I will tell you directly. Two Clan Village head was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period of time, he had used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate the next scene, and even the scene after that, he obtained crucial information. In any case, when Two Clan Village's army attacked the Mushroom Man base, It was definitely because two clan village had found out the secret location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Or maybe, in history, Huang Wan was tortured and even threatened by two clan village head using Paradise Earth. She did not reveal this secret. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not the real Huang Wan. She was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I will also tell you that there is a small path in the tribe that is very secretive. You can use the main force to attack while sending elites to sneak attack through the small path. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two clan village head, however, had a look of doubt on his face. Meng Qiuzhen was so cooperative, he did not believe him at all. Two clan village head was silent for a while before smiling coldly. You are already a prisoner. You dare to play with me like this? Good, very good. You do not care about your own son, but have such a cold heart. No, listen to me. I really want to tell you the answer. Meng Qiuzhen had a sincere expression, but two clan village head shook his head, his smile becoming colder. I won't listen. Do you really think I will believe you? Can you verify it if I say it? Meng Qiuzhen rolled his eyes. Two clan village head continued to smile coldly. Do you think I am stupid? Wasn't the previous battle a trap set by your Mushroom Man tribe? This time, it must be a trap as well. You want to make me lose my elites. Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not verify it, what will you do next? If you do not know the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how will you attack it? Two clan village head laughed loudly. I am prepared. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped a few times before saying, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets two clan village head. A tall and thin Gu master with a grim expression appeared from the dream realm. I will let you know, this is Southern Border's famous great doctor, Wu Xiao. Do you think I am unprepared? Two clan village head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. Why go through so much trouble? Wu Xiao walked forward and used his Gu worms to inspect Meng Qiuzhen, reporting to village leader. This captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her, not only will her soul die, it will also cause a backlash and poison to the person who used it. Two clan village head nodded. Precisely so, I invited you here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path. You use the soul to heal injuries. You are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, you are probably the only one who can counter the Mushroomman's poison path while preserving their souls. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head is overpraising me. Please watch me do it now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move against Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted. Pain assaulted him continuously. His body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. The dream realm activated at this moment. His soul foundation fell rapidly. Don't attack. Don't you want to know the location? Can I tell you directly? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. You think I will believe you? One air. I know you too well. Saying such words is an insult to me. Two clan village head waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Meng Qiuzhen purposely screamed. I am telling the truth. Two clan village head was furious. You still dare to be stubborn. Meng Qiuzhen showed an expression of having his guard down. I can't take it anymore. I will tell you everything. Two clan village head waved his hand. Don't say it. I will soul search you even if you tell me. Meng Qiuzhen kept quiet. He understood now. This was the test of the dream realm that he had to endure. Some dream realms were like this. One had to expend their soul foundation to pass it. If the soul foundation was slightly weaker, the exploring Gu cultivator would die in this round. GUH. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao coughed out blood. He took a few steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat as he breathed roughly. Purple blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. So, Amazing, so amazing. Poison hidden within poison. To think that there was such an exquisite method in this world. I fell for it accidentally. It seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned to two clan village head as he reported, but there is a huge flaw in this method. What flaw? This method is considered a forceful soul search. The victim will go insane, but the words they say will be the truth. Two clan village head did not even look at Huang Wan. He said without hesitation, "Master, please use your method. There is no need to hold back." Okay. Wu Xiao immediately started. A moment later, Huang Wan went insane. She lost her rationality. This was the first time that Meng Qiuzhen encountered such a situation. Such a state also directly affected his thinking. "Tell me the location of the Mushroom Man tribe." Two clan village had asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but he said it instead. "Oh, my hometown is in my heart." He. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly. "How do I enter the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place?" Two clan village head continued to interrogate. "Use your legs to walk over. Of course, you can crawl over too." Ha ha ha. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly again. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version. Chapter 2168. The two clan stronghold head became anxious and interrogated. However, although Huang Wan spoke the truth every time, her answers were irrelevant. Two clan village head did not get what he wanted, so he looked at Dr. Wu Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was also shocked. Impressive. This mushroomman's will was really too strong, even though she had completely lost her rationality and was in a state of complete insanity. However, it was precisely because of this that she became even purer, and her every action was based on her heart. In her heart, she would never betray the tribe, even if the tribe expelled her. Two clan village head, forgive me for being powerless. Two clan stronghold head was extremely angry, but he forcefully held it in. Then I shall invite Grandmaster Wu Xiao to rest first. In the cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village heads sneered at Huang Wan. "Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. It's fine if I can't get you to speak. I'll capture more Mushroom Men higher-ups and let Master Wu Xiao take action. I don't believe that I can't find the location of your Mushroom Man tribe." Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. Beside him were the elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe. In the deep night, they had already infiltrated two clan village. "Big brother, little me," Fang Tu secretly responded. These years, Fang Tu had been taken care of by Huang Wan in Paradise Earth. He started his cultivation path and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had benefited a lot from Huang Wan, and because of her fortuitous encounters, she always had a good impression of the Mushroom Man race. "How is the situation?" Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked. Fang Tu answered. "Zhaiju's side has already prepared everything. Early tomorrow morning, he will publicly execute Annie Huang Wan on the execution ground. On the other side, I've already scouted out the place where Paradise is imprisoned." "All right, we'll split into two groups. One group will go to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other way is to save Paradise Earth and give him the set of goo worms." Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually brightened. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Men Gu Masters to attack the execution ground. "You guys really came." Two clan stronghold head laughed. "Everything is within the stronghold master's expectations." The clan elders praised. "Mother." On the other side, Paradise brought people to help. Two clan village head frowned. "In the end, you still chose that side. Fine. Today I will place righteousness before family and correct all my past mistakes. Kill that mother and son. Try to capture as many of the other mushroom men as possible. A chaotic battle unfolded. Two clan village quickly gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set. The Mushroom Man tribe also expected this situation, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Wan was the shaman of the previous generation. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She must not be allowed to stay in Two Clan Village. Huang Xiaomi and Paradise Earth sank into a bitter battle. There were strong enemies everywhere. Never would I have expected that there would be a time where we would have to fight side by side. Lu Tu looked to Huang Xiaomi and laughed bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly smiled. Don't worry, our reinforcements have arrived. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed again. Large numbers of Mushroom Man Goo Masters entered the battlefield. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader decided to stake it all on one throw. He led the entire tribe to launch a frenzied attack on Two Clan Village. Succeed or die trying. Cut off all means of retreat. Most of Two Clan Village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Two Clan Village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Man army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Two Clan Village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5. They fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply. Even Two Clan Village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won. Two Clan Village lost miserably. The surviving Goo Masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Two Clan Village's leader was heavily injured on the verge of death. He was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. Mother, what happened to you? Why are you like this? In the chaotic battle, Lu Tu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother, but he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Lu Tuesday. Come, give your mother a smile. A smile. Mother! Lu Tu's face was covered in tears. It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He quickly begged, Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother. Speak, Lu Tu shouted. Two Clan Village's leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, your mother is hopeless. She has gone completely insane. That's right. I am the one behind this. This great Dr. Wu Xiao is the main culprit. All of you will die. Lu Tu's expression was twisted. He was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill, don't kill. This is not good. You need to be kind to others. You rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lu Tu cried loudly. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped Lu Tu, stunning him. Who is your mother? My son is here. She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad. Son. Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now she was crying, Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity. Mother shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame Mother, right? Lu Tu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him. She only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded. He played along. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy. Rascal, thank you for understanding Mother. Don't kill your father. Don't kill anyone else. Mother hopes that you will be safe and happy. Let them go. Fighting and killing will only worsen the conflict and hatred. It will make you feel empty. It will make you suffer. It will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you are not Alul. Everyone was silent. Even Two Clan village head was the same. You want me to not kill these people? Lu Tu's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly. His expression was sinister. How is that possible? He squeezed out this sentence. Two Clan village had sneered. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. He was disheartened. He was not afraid of death. But great Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, "There is hope! There is hope! Your mother regains her sanity. There is hope." Lu Tu grabbed Wu Xiao's collar and lifted him up. "Tell me, what is the solution?" Wu Xiao quickly said, "Even though your mother has gone mad, she still has a trace of spirituality. Look at her actions and words. They are all sincere. They are the purest of her heart. As long as you do not go against your mother's heart, as time passes, your mother's condition will not worsen. Her spirituality will continue to grow. Then, under my care, she will definitely recover. There is hope." Wu Xiao shouted. For the sake of survival, he did not want to give up any chance. Bam! Lu Tu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! He roared at the sky. He was in great pain. Two enemies were right in front of him. He could not retaliate, but he could not take revenge. For his mother, he had to listen to Huang Wan's intentions. "All right, for my mother, I will spare the two of you today." Lu Tu gritted his teeth. He used so much force that blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiu Zhen's soul returned to his body. He sighed. To think that Lu Tu's life was so full of twists and turns. Heroes often encounter strangers. It's no wonder that his image in history was also hairless. It's just that the green beast tattoo has disappeared. Lu Tu is actually a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. How did he become a venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was young, he had a bad temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from a normal person. How did he become like this now? The dream realm gave Meng Qiu Shen even more questions. These questions could not be answered for the time being, but the increase in attainment level was real. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Not just that, his Poison Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. And this dream realm left behind by Lu Tu contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Ever since Fang Yuan took the risk to help the Dream Path clone ascend, his gains were clear. Not just Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path attainment levels, Luck Path, and Ice Path were also at Grandmaster level. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Dark Path, and others were all at Grandmaster level. After conquering Lu Tu's dream realm, there were only a few dream realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to digest all of the dream realms. Basically, Fang Yuan no longer had any shortcomings in terms of paths. However, the Painting Dao, the Military Dao, and the Alchemy Dao were completely blank. There was no helping it. Spectral Soul's dream realms that Fang Yuan obtained did not have any of these paths. Maybe Spectral Soul had some reservations, but the more likely reason was that Spectral Soul could not grasp them. After all, Weapon Path and Pill Path were created after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had never spread. It was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortals' Luck Path Inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these spectral souls' dream realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Feng Yuan. But the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Feng Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Feng Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan. He saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Ku Xian Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu clan and met Wu Yong. Feng Yuan plotted and schemed. Chapter 2169. Southern Border. Wu Yi Mountain, Wu clan headquarters. In the guest hall, Ku Xian Hong smiled as he greeted calmly. Ku Xian Hong greets Wu clan's first supreme elder. Wu Yong sat down and smiled. Envoy, you are too polite. Ku Xian Hong went straight to the point. I am here to bring Fan Wind Gu. It has already been successfully refined. Please inspect it. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So fast? Don't tell me that Feng Yuan has some method to refine fake immortal goo and is here to deceive me? He received it and inspected it carefully, but did not find any flaws. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal goo indeed. But how can Feng Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal goo in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong did not dare to be too sure. In his mind, Feng Yuan was crafty, sinister, despicable, shameless, vicious, and all sorts of other traits. This number 1 demon in the world could not be evaluated with common sense. Envoy, please wait for a moment. My Wu clan's Gu immortals will inspect it. Wu Yong said. Wu clan had refinement path Gu immortals, but they were not strong. Wu clan was not skilled in refinement path. They were most skilled in wind path. Not just in southern border. Even in the 5 regions, Wu clan was a top-tier expert in wind path. 15 minutes later, Wu Yong received news that the rank 8 Fan Wind Gu was verified. It was genuine. Wu Yong had a complex feeling. Immortal Gu were unique. Rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine. They had a huge significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals did not even have a single rank 8 immortal Gu. For example, old ancestor Shui, who, in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he destroyed his Shui, who blessed land that he had been managing for many years. Of course, this was also because his ambitions involved the benefits of the celestial court and longevity heaven. In recent years, heaven and earth have changed. The 5 regions have fused into one. Earth veins are moving. Chi tides are surging. A vast number of immortal materials are appearing. It is very likely that the number of rank 8 immortal Gu will increase. But for ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals, especially those lone immortals, even 1 Gu rank 8 is hard to find. To think that my Wu clan gained another rank 8 immortal Gu. While Wu Yong was happy, he was even more afraid of Feng Yuan. Although I already knew that Feng Yuan had swallowed the entire Langya sect, I did not expect that he would be able to do so. But his refinement path strength is so amazing. Refining a rank 8 Fan Wind Gu gave me a feeling of ease. Ku Xian Hong continued. Since the verification is over, which 2 immortal Gu do you want to refine next? This time, I can bring them all back. Wu Yong hesitated. Should he give the 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu to Ku Xin Hong? If he could refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Gu, it would be a huge boost to Wu Yong. But precisely because of this, the 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu was very important. If he gave it to Feng Yuan, what would he do if he took it for granted? Actually, there are many choices. At once, Wu Yong felt that 3 immortal Gu was too little. He wanted to raise all of Wu clan's immortal Gu to rank 8 level. I did not expect you to act so quickly. I cannot make a decision now. I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay in Wu clan and wait for me for 3 days? Wu Yong said. Wu Ba Chong heard this and immediately added, persuading Ku Xian Hong. Speaking of which, this is your third time coming to Wu Clan. Let us show our hospitality as a host. All right. Ku Xian Hong nodded with a smile. I am very interested in Wu Clan's style. I will not disturb you. As for First Supreme Elder's feelings, I understand. The truth is, I have another mission. I wonder if your clan wants to make another transaction with us. What business do you have this time? Wu Yong immediately became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth, whose land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 immortal gu, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart started to ache again. Ku Xian Hong explained in detail, as Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Wu Ba Chong shouted, "What? Fang Yuan wants to take away all of Wu Clan's famous mountains. The price is to refine rank 8 immortal gu for Wu Clan?" Precisely. Ku Xian Hong nodded. Wu Ba Chong sneered. How can we do that? Any famous mountain is at least a large resource point. Most are giant resource points. A few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal gu, it is on the basis of Wu Clan's immortal gu. It is not to give Wu Clan more immortal gu. Moreover, immortal gu are hard to feed. Rank 8 immortal gu are even more so. Even if they are refined, they will only expend resources. Meanwhile, the famous mountain's resource points are constantly producing resources. They are almost inexhaustible. You want to take away our Wu Clan's famous mountains. You are trying to destroy our foundation. What is your motive for doing this? Towards the end, Wu Ba Chong was almost scolding him. Ku Xian Hong was already prepared. He spoke calmly. No, Elder Wu Ba Chong, you're thinking too seriously. Think about it calmly. Many gu immortal seeds in your clan have succeeded in their immortal ascension, but only 6 of them have been added, and most of them are outsiders. The number of gu immortals has increased, but Wu Clan's territory is too big. It is not enough to defend it. Since that is the case, we might as well sell some of our territories. That way, Wu Clan will not only have higher ranked immortal gu, we will also have more manpower. Furthermore, Ku Xian Hong continued, immortal gu are unique. Rank 8 immortal gu are very rare. Elder Wu Ba Chong should know this. Immortal materials can be exchanged, but can immortal gu be bought and sold casually? Immortal gu are unique. They can only be exchanged with each other. Even so, Jewel Yellow Skies is the #1 market in the world. May I ask, how many immortal gu transactions have there been over the years? The 5 regions are won. Chaotic battles are unavoidable in the future. Gu immortal battle strength is the most important. Only by protecting oneself can we talk about other things. Rank 8 immortal gu can raise your clan's strength. Not only can it protect yourself, you can even invade the surrounding areas. It is a huge windfall from war. This, Wu Ba Chong hesitated. Ku Xian Hong looked at Wu Ba Chong. He glanced at Wu Yong without leaving a trace. He continued to increase the stakes. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters. Not long ago, Chai Clan sold it to us. What? There is such a secret? Wu Ba Chong was very surprised. Ku Xian Hong did not harp on this matter. He retreated in order to advance. If Wu Clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back immortal gu to advance, I will also go to other clans to do this transaction. Wu Ba Chong's expression changed slightly. If Wu Clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply. Even if they lacked resources and lost momentum, what if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu Clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, Would Wu clan fall from the throne of the #1 force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Ku Xian Hong is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Gananai greets Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt in front of immortal zombie giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gananai was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 immortal goo with both hands and presented them respectfully. Immortal zombie giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Gan and I, as expected of my Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master. From the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 immortal goo. You have made a huge contribution. Gan and I quickly said, everything is because of Master's luck path methods. Otherwise, with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many rank 8 immortal goo in just a few years. But because of this, Longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal zombie giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these immortal goo, some luck is necessary. Immortal zombie giant Sun took out one of these 4 immortal goo and inspected it carefully. This goo had a strange appearance. It was square and fangzheng like a wooden block. This was imitation goo, ranked 8th on the current mystical goo list. It originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. If any other immortal goo in the world were in contact with this goo for a period of time, the goo cultivator could use imitation goo to turn this goo into the corresponding immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, but imitation goo could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the imitation goo's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought human chi immortal goo from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining imitation goo and turning it into human chi immortal goo. Next, he used the transformed human chi immortal goo as one of the cores to construct 88-point Xinyang Tower. And other than this imitation goo, the other 3 rank 8 immortal goo were all blood path immortal goo. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of human path left the painting world and returned to the real world. We are finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time. Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of human path talked for a while, goo immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Dingling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my Celestial Court. No matter what the result of our trip to Crazed Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people, Qin Dingling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The Celestial Court goo immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Dingling's words. Let's go. Qin Dingling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated. The huge city flew up again and charged towards Central Continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Crazed Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature, Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2170. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, several variant human men were gathered in a circle. They were doing something important. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy over there. Don't be so anxious. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Bam! A loud sound echoed. A mountain range that occupied a vast area was located on the ground. This mountain range was not tall. It was not very beautiful either. The mountain rocks were mostly dust rocks, iron cloud rocks, and so on, causing the mountain range to be gray and hazy. The strange thing was, this mountain range was completely silent. Even though there were many living beings, even if Goo immortals spoke here, their voices could not be heard, unless they used special methods. This was Silent Hill. It was as famous as Western Desert's anti-sound desert. It was famous in the world. Here, any sound path killer move would be greatly suppressed. Silent Hill was one of the famous mountains in southern border, but because it produced few resources, it was of little value. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys everywhere to discuss business. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan like this, and these variant human Goo immortals were a group of people responsible for moving this Silent Hill to a specific location in the sovereign immortal aperture. But the relocation was only the first step. The next step was to nurture its mountain roots. The person in charge of this was the Rockman Goo immortal. He used his method. The mountain roots of Silent Hill grew rapidly, taking root in the surroundings. Deeper, deeper. The leader kept instructing and suddenly sighed. Hey, why did you stop? You can't do it again. The Rockman Goo immortal was impatient. Leader, can you not speak? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. I don't know how tiring it is to manipulate the mountain roots for such a mountain range. The leader, however, said, that's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low. When can you advance to rank 8? The Rockman Goo immortal rolled his eyes. Leader, I was only rank 6 not long ago. Thanks to Master, I was able to advance to rank 7. You asked me to advance to rank 8. I want to, but it is too difficult. The other Goo immortals spoke. Leader is right. In our team, only you can make mountain roots and make them thick and long. If you're stronger, we'll be able to complete the mission better and get more contribution points. You're in charge of the mountain roots. Your contribution has always been the highest. Hurry up. I heard that you've been sleeping recently. I haven't slept for 2 months. I've been doing mountain moving missions. Master's breadth of mind is as vast as the heavens and the sea, incomparably vast. But this plan will be completed one day. How can we not seize this rare opportunity? Look at the other teams. The more they complete, the less we have. The Goo immortals stared at the Rockman Goo immortal with a look of disappointment. The Rockman Goo immortal was helpless. Don't you know? We stone men have never lacked sleep since we were young. Our bodies are too heavy, and for our souls, it's a very heavy burden. I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Then, let's use the liver life formation. I've already used it. Isn't there a soul path method in Master's contribution board that can increase your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path. Soul path methods have little effect on me. If I use my contribution points to exchange for these, I might as well increase my earth path attainment. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing. Let's work together and help our little brother Rockman. Everyone, gather some contribution points and increase his soul foundation. The other Goo immortals nodded in agreement. Right now, the Rockman Goo immortal was their team's weakness. If he got stronger, the whole team would benefit greatly. Fang Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions. The contents were simple, but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Goo immortals to cooperate with others. It was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Goo immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together. They were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good. Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini-5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the Earth Vein. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the Earth Vein, he had already set up immortal goo formations in all the important areas of the mini-5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed, as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely, the immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini-5 regions started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal goo masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini-5 regions. The goo immortals sensed this situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Fang Yuan. Rumble, the ground continued to shake, but the tremors were not huge. There were not many losses. An Earth Vein was being pushed by the goo formations of various regions. With each famous mountain as the hub, it gradually formed. This Earth Vein passed through the entire mini-5 regions, covering mini-southern border, mini-central continent, mini-eastern sea, mini-western desert, and Kokitahara. If one looked from above, this Earth Vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple. It barely covered half of the mini-5 regions. After the Earth Vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working. They all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Fang Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire Earth Vein was constructed perfectly. There were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial Earth Vein structure was very simple. It could even be said to be crude. In fact, the biggest difficulty of the artificial Earth Vein plan was not the construction of the Earth Vein. It was how to gather enough famous mountains to act as the hub of the Earth Vein of the various regions. The second difficulty was the method to construct the artificial Earth Vein. The initial construction of the Earth Vein is complete, but it is quite crude. The effect on the entire sovereign immortal aperture is not instantaneous. In fact, at the start, there might even be abnormal situations that occur frequently. But after some time, when everything calms down, the sovereign immortal aperture will definitely be more stable than before. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. He retracted his consciousness from the sovereign immortal aperture and used Cooking Luck Pot to check his luck. Immediately, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He showed a look of joy. Once the artificial Earth Vein was formed, it was a huge help to his luck. His original silver light pillar was huge, but it gave off a feeling of being loose like clouds and mud that could crumble with a touch. But now, his silver light pillar had shrunk slightly, becoming more solid. This was a change that made him feel at ease. But the luck of the other venerables seems to have increased as well. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. At the top of the silver light pillar, there were 3 layers of clouds. They represented Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation's cloud was still firmly in control of the first layer, but it had expanded slightly. Spectral Soul was in the second layer, while Giant Sun Immortal was in the third layer. But there was a strange scene. Star Constellation's cloud was actually devouring Spectral Soul's cloud. This made Fang Yuan feel puzzled. He had many guesses in his mind, but he could not be sure of any of them. There was another change. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, there was yellow-brown dust again. The dust seemed to be protecting and stabilizing the silver pillar of light. Fang Yuan had confirmed through luck inspection that the artificial earth vein plan was very beneficial to him. He was even more determined to carry out this plan. But with the earth vein, myriad beings' assimilation transformation cannot be used anymore. Fang Yuan was wary of himself. Myriad beings' assimilation transformation was a supreme method of beast calamity immortal. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn the Tao marks of other paths into transformation path Tao marks. Even heaven path Tao marks could be affected. Thus, all sorts of calamities and tribulations could be turned into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not be used. This move's Tao mark transformation had a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Tao marks now, not counting the total, just the refinement path Tao marks alone numbered more than 6 million. If these 6 million Tao marks suddenly changed into other Tao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt. By then, a huge anomaly would occur, a severe calamity and tribulation would occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water suddenly turning into lava. The fish's outcome could be easily imagined. In the past, when Fang Yuan used myriad beings' assimilation transformation, that was because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was relatively low. There were very few living beings inside. At that time, Fang Yuan had far fewer Tao marks than now. If he used myriad beings' assimilation transformation now, he would not be able to transform too many Tao marks. Taking into account the sovereign immortal aperture, the transformation of Tao marks would be few. If there were too few, there would not be much meaning in fighting against venerables. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of. All that was left was for Fang Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and stayed in Wu Clan and Xia Clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu Clan. Right now, there were many Gu immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu immortals sent by Fang Yuan, there were also Wu Clan's Gu immortals, including Wu Yong. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Chapter 2171. On the 15th of December, 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qijian's website. On the 6th of January, 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May, 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April, 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November, 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December, 2018, Gu Dao Master S-Book Group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years, we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students. Many high school students became university students, and many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Fang Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time, we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master. S-Book Group. Gu World will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates, and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Gu Dao Master Black Sky Group and Gu Dao Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Gu World Black Sky Group and Gu World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Gu World, there will be an additional chapter. Gu Dao Master Activity Group. Gu World 7227-47201. Gu World Black Sky Group 4972666624. Gu World White Sky Group 3369366326. Gu Dao Master VIP Group 2509063115. Gu Dao Master winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Chapter 2172. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If this was right after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If Wu Yong got close to him, he might be killed by Fang Yuan. This was very dangerous. But it was different now. After Fang Yuan's series of diplomatic methods, he was able to conduct large transactions with all the super forces without abusing his strength. There might have been little effect at the start, but after so much, including Wu Clan, Fang Clan, and Chai Clan, all the super forces could see the orderly side of Fang Yuan. After these super forces re-evaluated Fang Yuan, they started to cooperate with Fang Yuan. It was actually not easy to achieve this. Would a little rabbit feel at ease doing business with a big bad wolf? But this man in front of me has done this. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan with complex emotions. He was a formidable character of the current era. His aptitude and talent were among the top among rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's recent actions made Wu Yong sigh inwardly. He even felt a trace of admiration. He had strength, but he did not use it. He did not bully the weak. This was not an easy thing to do. On the surface, this was self-discipline. He understood the logic of those who are good at water drowning. But in essence, he was not greedy. He was not influenced by his desires. Looking at the entire world, no, looking at the river of time, looking at the history of humanity, how many people could do this? And Fang Yuan was able to make all sorts of weak forces feel at ease working with him. Initially, it was only Wu Clan, but now Wu Yong realized that almost all of Southern Border's super forces had made transactions with Fang Yuan. They sold some useless mountains in exchange for refining rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. This showed Fang Yuan's superb methods. Be it threats or promises or other methods, he managed to achieve this. Fang Yuan, this person is really amazing. Although he comes from the Devil Dao, his actions and thoughts have never been bound by such a shallow faction. He can be righteous, he can be evil, he can rule the world, he can be in chaos. All of these are his methods. Throughout the ages, this kind of demon is the most terrifying. To be able to live in the same world as such a person, Wu Yong, am really lucky. Wu Yong was afraid of Fang Yuan, disappointed because of Fang Yuan, and angry because of Fang Yuan. However, because of Fang Yuan, his fighting spirit was high, and he even felt that life was beautiful. because in Fang Yuan, he saw himself, he was witnessing himself. There were too many similarities between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's actions during this period of time allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's breadth of mind. He could see his grand strategy of taking one step at a time. Since people's hearts have already been changed by Fang Yuan, why can't I cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan? After losing Hulan, Wu Yong had this thought. What if he could not defeat the enemy? Then he would cooperate with the enemy and turn the enemy into a friend. Cooperating with Fang Yuan was completely profitable. It would be a huge help to Wu clan. Wu Yong did not lack forbearance. He also had the shame of the righteous path. It was just that the shame of an ambitious person was even thinner than a piece of paper. As long as there were enough benefits, Wu Yong could casually tear this piece of paper into pieces. Therefore, Wu Yong took the initiative to come over this time to personally meet and talk with Fang Yuan. It was to deepen the cooperation between Wu clan and Fang Yuan. Looking at Wu Yong, a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Wu Yong once chased after him, but so what? If you can kill me, you, Wu Yong, have the ability. This world is the law of the jungle. If I die because of you, it is my weakness, my incompetence, my fault. The weak are devoured by the strong. Isn't this a matter of course? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's heart, there was never this kind of meaningless hatred. Wu Yong took the initiative to appear here. The intention of cooperation was clear. Then it was cooperation. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, cooperating with Wu clan was absolutely beneficial. Wu Yong was the Southern Alliance Lord, and Wu clan had long sat on the throne of Southern Border's #1 force. Cooperating with Wu clan was a model for others. Like this time, when Fang Yuan transacted famous mountains with the other forces, he relied on Wu clan's transaction records to open up the situation. But right when Fang Yuan wanted to chat with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over from the sky. This Gu immortal wore a gray hemp robe. He wore a conical hat. His body was muscular like a bear. His chin was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. It was just that he, who had always been steady, was showing an anxious expression at this moment. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you." "Friend Lu, what are you here for?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan and glanced at Wu Yong. He had no intention of greeting him. Wu Yong could not help but feel curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin show such an anxious side. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Lord Fang Yuan, did you know that yesterday Divine Emperor City brought the immortals of the Celestial Court from Central Continent to Northern Plains' crazed demon cave?" Oh, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she works together with the Celestial Court, the situation in crazed demon cave will be very bad. There is no time to lose. We need to go there and take control of the situation." What? Wu Yong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. What was going on? How did they get involved with the Celestial Court and crazed demon cave? Wu Yong was very sharp and almost instantly realized that this was going to be an extremely important confrontation. No matter what the outcome was, it would affect the entire Gu immortal world. It would affect the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Weiyin. "Lu Wei, you are really well informed. But there is no rush. There is no rush. I still have matters to attend to." Saying so, Fang Yuan used a method to store Frosty Peak in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat and stared with wide eyes, urging, "The other party is the Celestial Court. There is also Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable's crazed demon cave, and the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot delay this opportunity." What? Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, limitless demon venerable and primordial domain, the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the Legends of Runzu? Wu Yong had many questions in his mind. He became anxious. He wanted to know everything. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. Lu Wei, I know you want to make contributions. I have already promised you. If Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable, wants to revive, I will definitely help him. However, I have my own judgment of the situation. If I do not use every second to increase my strength, how can I fight against a venerable? You don't have to rush me for this. Lu Weiyin did not speak. Feng Yuan turned to Wu Yong and smiled again. Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can increase the scale. For example, Moon Bowl, Fake Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and so on. Wu Yong had a difficult expression. These are all famous mountains. They are worth more than Frosty Peak. Phoenix Peak's true value lies in the time. Every year, all kinds of phoenixes will head to Phoenix Peak to lay eggs. If you want this mountain, it will not be worth it. And Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian and Fake Corpse Mountain are things that my Wu clan needs. Not long ago, my clan obtained the Corpse Emperor's enslavement path true inheritance. We are preparing to develop it. These two mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as your price is reasonable, we can consider the transaction. Wu Yong said with a sincere tone, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been waiting for this meeting and conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was elsewhere. Feng Yuan and Wu Yong conversed for a while. Lu Weiyin was ignored. Feng Yuan indeed needed more famous mountains. Even though the previous transactions were effective, most of them were useless mountains. If Wu clan took the lead, this huge transaction that would affect the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world would take a step further. After the conversation, Feng Yuan waved his sleeves. All right, we shall part ways here. Lu Weiyin stretched out his hand. Lord Feng Yuan, before Feng Yuan left, he glanced at him with a cold gaze. I still have matters to attend to. Lu Weiyin's words were stuck in his mouth. At the next moment, Feng Yuan activated heaven and earth travel, vanishing on the spot. He really had matters to attend to. This time, he was going to Rotten Mud Mountain to take over this mountain. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. Wu Yong smiled. Lu Weiyin, we have not seen each other for a long time. Why don't we? Lu Weiyin waved his hand. Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. If I am free, I will visit Wui Mountain. Saying this, Lu Weiyin left. He did not have the mood to explain anything to Wu Yong. Wu Yong's questions were stuck in his mouth. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His gaze turned towards the variant human Gu immortals present. His smile did not change as he probed these people. But what did these variant human Gu immortals know? The leader said calmly, without the permission of the Lord, how can we subordinates speak nonsense? Please don't blame us. Lord Wu Yong, we still need to go to the next location, Moving Mountain. Wu Yong was helpless. He could only watch as these people flew away. Even though he had negotiated some matters with Feng Yuan and achieved his original goal. But Wu Yong was not happy. He acutely sensed that he was already being left behind by Feng Yuan and the rest. He did not know anything about this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. No wonder Feng Yuan wants to cooperate with the other forces. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable Rebirth. His pressure is unimaginable. Maybe I should negotiate with Feng Yuan? Wu Yong understood Feng Yuan's difficulties. He felt a little melancholic. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted to Feng Yuan. Why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins, only to grasp them better and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Wei now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature, Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2173. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Fang Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Fang Yuan's method, like when he devoured the aperture earlier. Fang Yuan did not devour the entire Grotto Heaven. He selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions. The Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, as the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in, this is our tribe's Myriad Ravine mountain range. Sure Sanbai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain. But in the current sovereign immortal aperture, it has become ordinary. Sure Guabai had a complex expression. He was disappointed, but also gratified. These Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu immortals of this Grotto Heaven, but Fang Yuan arranged for them to enter the sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal Gu. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine mountain range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor. The old ancestors are finally back. There were still a large number of Rockman Gu masters in Myriad Ravine mountain range. They cheered when they saw the Rockman Gu immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Gu immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain. It was the center of the Earth vein. Fang Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During this process, some areas of the sovereign immortal aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King and many other Gu immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens. His Dao marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the sovereign immortal aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sai, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Gu immortals discussed. They were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was very opposed to Fang Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now, things were different. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly Grotto Heaven had not been devoured, and that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Gu immortals whose Grotto Heavens were annexed and fused into the sovereign immortal aperture felt that they were superior to those Gu immortals whose Grotto Heavens were still in the immemorial 2 heavens. Lord Fang Yuan, Lord Fang Yuan! Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Fang Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth, White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone, Lord Fang Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off. Do you know that yesterday a rank 8 immortal Gu house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan nodded. Many people saw this, that immortal Gu house should be the luck suppression heavenly palace left behind by Giant Sun, immortal, right? That's right. Lu Weiyin nodded as he stared at Fang Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded. All right, let's set off. Really? Lu Wei-yin heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days, he had been using information path methods to urge Fang Yuan to set off, but Fang Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time, Fang Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Fang Yuan will set off. Lu Wei-yin was still a little worried. Fang Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Wei-yin was overjoyed. Lord Fang Yuan is truly decisive. This is great. Let's go together. In fact, Fang Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. The remaining paths like Bone Path had not reached master level, but they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he had not reached Spectral Soul's level, Fang Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the #1 person in the current world in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell after leaving behind a dream realm, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not Supreme Grandmasters even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting Path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Weapon Path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Fang Yuan could annex more Grotto Heavens, causing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Fang Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan set off on the spot, going to Northern Plains with Lu Wei-yin. Ever since the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now, he was finally going to fight against a venerable. After so many years, Fang Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave again. Back then, when he came here for the first time, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by the alliance agreement. Now, he looked down at Crazed Demon Cave. He was going to fight against a venerable on a flat yellow land. Was the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This was a huge cave. The cave entrance was round and had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was exposed to the world. Inside the cave, there was a dense rainforest, yellow and green intertwined. Desolate beasts moved in groups. Tree vines coiled around as they roared. It was a scene of wilderness. Let's go down, Lu Wei-yin said. No rush. Fang Yuan waved his hand. These immortal materials are useful to me. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out many variant human Gu immortals. These Gu immortals roared as they flew down in groups, creating a huge commotion in the first layer. Quick, there are desolate plants here. Dig them up and take them away. Oh, there is a large group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's attack together. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys screamed. Rocks, these are immortal materials. Take them away. Take them away. These are all contribution points. The Gua mortals worked intensely. They were like a group of bandits that had entered a small village. Crazed demon caves, first layer, naturally had ferocious beasts and plants, but Fang Yuan's subordinates had the advantage in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gua mortals with rank 8 immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was ransacked just like that. Lu Wei-yin stared with wide eyes. In just a short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Wasn't their strength rising too quickly? We have many businesses. Our resources are being expended rapidly, especially when creating the Earth vein recently. Sorry for the embarrassment. Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. Don't mention it, don't mention it. I am quite envious of you, Lord. In the current world, only you, Lord Fang Yuan, can use these immortal materials with chaotic Dao marks. Because every once in a while, a demonic sound would appear in Crazed Demon Cave, causing the Dao marks to be chaotic. All immortal materials would become useless. Living beings would go crazy and do whatever they wanted. There was once a rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy because of this. After a while, the first layer, which was originally full of vitality, was only left with a bare surface. The variant human Gu immortals were not done yet. They brought the mountain of resources back to the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin entered the second layer together. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. A vast number of volcanic rocks were piled up. Some were big, and some were small. The big ones were like giant elephants, while the small ones were like small rocks. The Gu materials here also had chaotic Dao marks. It was just that Fire Path and Earth Path had the most Dao marks. Move them away. Fang Yuan ordered. The variant human Gu immortals moved out again. They looted the area like locusts, leaving behind an almost empty second layer. Thereupon, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin entered the third layer. Crazed Demon Cave's third layer was shrouded in thick fog. There were a vast number of fogworms and cloud bamboos. These living beings had chaotic minds. They were all killed and collected by the variant human Gu immortals. There was also Fog Capital here, a ghost city of the dead. The vengeful souls of the Gu immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together, forming Fog Capital Ghost City. Fang Yuan had once come here and avoided it. After all, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered Fog Capital, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog Capital, my God, take it away. Like this. Fang Yuan finally arrived at Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer. It took much less time than before. Back then, when Fang Yuan came here, he was led by the Northern Plains lone cultivator, not immortal. They had to take detours. The deeper they went, the more twisted the route. Sometimes a straight line was very short, but they had to take a huge detour. According to their strength back then, taking a detour was indeed faster than taking a straight line. But now, Fang Yuan had swept through all of them. Even if he encountered any obstacles, he would stuff them into his sovereign immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was filled with dazzling light. The rocks, soil, grass, and trees were all shining brightly. Every piece of soil and rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were too dense and chaotic. They had no value. Of course, this was only for most Gu immortals.